Elég, keményed
Ez
ez.
elég jó, nem?
Hello. Ismeret.
Hello, 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 hello. Testing. Hello.
It's kind of hard. Somehow he shuts the ace-10 back door and goes call.
Morning. We're about to start. We're just obviously waiting for Oliver, who is the final of the UBC between Vincent and Oliver Squire, and it's going to be close. I think. For either player to win it, they're going to have to play precise backgammon, and play their best, and I'm sure they will. It's going to be 3 matches, slightly altered, modified format. To get, let's try and remember what their route to the Bastion played. Well, in the semis. So, Sebastian played Marcus Reinhardt in the quarters. Then he beat Thomas Mer in the semi-final. And in the quarterfinal, and then he beat Fernando in the semi-final in a rather thrilling match. Thank you, Rowena. Let me know if it's any different now. Hopefully I have it fixed by the time the match starts. Okay, so there's it's not the audio quality. It's just there's a doubling of the audio. Repeat. Maybe it's just because Mate is recording. Ding. It's picking one of the mics is picking up the feed instead of just routing my commentary. There's an echo, Chris says. Okay. That seems better. Sounds fine now so far. I think it's good, Casper says. Got all my audio turned down. So there's Ollie. So we got 39 people so far. It's a little bit early, especially for us in England. I mean, it's a Saturday morning, but we're ready for 3 matches. Shame, because it'd be a bit unreasonable to expect people from the States to join in. But that would be nice to have our friends from the US. So Gurgle is there to start the transcription. I wonder if we're about ready to go. Occasional hiccup. Keep on telling me about the audio, because it can certainly be my microphone as well. It sometimes plays up, but it usually just cuts out completely. Microphone modes, no noise removal. Chris Bray. They are having a birth, yes. Now it's okay. Good morning, Jeff. Oh, you're in the States, yeah. One crazy morning guy. So this is for the right play in the last four of this UBC Contender tournament with three qualifiers already, who are Michi, Hideaki Ueda, and Mark Olsen. Like, three are probably, you would say, the best players in the world. And certainly they can easily live up to that standard. We got Leona in the chat. 5 a.m. in New York or New Jersey or Boston. Could be a Boston guy, I don't know. Or a Philly. Yeah, I have to apologize. It is my microphone is cutting out here and there. But usually it sort of it's only really infrequent, so it should be okay. He is in Maine, close to Boston. Okay. And they're about to start. They're just choosing which dice. No baffle box. I wonder what kind of games we're going to get, what kind of match. And off we go, 4-3. So this is just 2 down. This is the new play. So can Ollie hit something here? 5-2 is just going to split. Kind of surprising in a way that you split into a into a sort of a blitzing formation, or a formation that's got more checkers down that can attack. 6-2 you can just make the 4 point, which he will do. Just for purely from a distribution point of view, you want the 4 point. That's really surprising, because this is a really unusual play. Yeah, double 2. I saw the answer before. I was tempted not to make the 20, but just it seems very, very attractive to make the 20 when you've got all those checkers threatening to bear down on you, and he does so. That's a great play. So kind of advantage already to Oliver. 3-1, I think he just has to safety that checker on the 10 point. But there's a really strange top play, 24-21, 10-9. Well, it's not, because it duplicates 4s, but I didn't initially see it. And there's every chance that Seb will see this play, but he doesn't go for it. Very small difference between that, but a little bit, 17 difference. This makes the 5. So Oliver must be like a 60% favourite already, having the 5 point and the other 5 point on the other side of the board, the 20 point. 3-1, it's tricky to know what you need to do, but you need to make an anchor really at all costs, because as black, because white has the advanced anchor. So you need to combat that with an anchor, and the computer confirms that you play 24-21, 23-22, bringing the checkers up as far as they can possibly go in the board. Looking at the next best play, it's not far away, so he doesn't go for... I don't love to slot the point here, because it just leaves a weakness, so that if Oliver manages to roll a 5 or a 3 and hit, which he will do with any 5 or 3, but he doesn't, he rolls a 4-2. Seb will want 2s on all sides of the board, which are duplicated, and that's not a good thing for him, but he's very happy to roll a double 1, and then 8-7-4-3 will be the last 2 1s. Oliver's just ready to escape. There's not much else that Oliver can do. Now, he's made his broken 5 prime. It's very unlikely that he's going to be able to fill in the gap, but it looks like he's just going to have to play 13-7-6-5. And the downside with this slot is that you only get to fill it in with a 6 and not a 1 because you don't have a spare on the 8 point. But I suppose that's not so bad. Seb will hit with a 4-3. But what about other falls? Well, that's just going to make the 2 point and the 11 point and the 4 point. Now Oliver can cover with any number and not have to leave a direct shot. But I don't. It's a 6-5. So he's just going to come down with a 5. So having made that, he's an even bigger favourite. You can see that he's got a better prime than Sebastian has. Seb's going to have to contend with. He'd love just to play the 4, of course. Can he play 6-2-3-2? I prefer 7-2. A little bit better. Presumably, we think that Oliver's not going to come off the anchor anyway, so you don't really have to have the point in board right now. You can just have the preparation for the best board as and when Oliver will leave the anchor and Seb will be liable to attack him. So it makes sense just to play 7-2. And on a higher analysis level, it's quite a big margin. Seb makes the right play. Very nice. Very nice. And 4-1-C just going to either play 8-7-6-2. Now, just for distribution, it might be worth putting a weakness behind. Oh, but he is meant to leave. Not only was 8-7-6-2 not the second best play, it's not even the not only is it not the best play, it's not even the second best play. 2015 was best. Very strange, very unusual, just from a pattern recognition point of view. That's all I can say. We're giving 1 second to look at the move, but that just covers the 3 and the 2 point. Nothing better. You can't leave the anchor now when you're weak. So this is an easy play. Anything else would be a pretty big blunder. Oliver just doesn't get to go, though, because now Seb's made a beautiful 4-point board. But anyway, it's thematic and natural just to make the 2 point. And hopefully Seb will have to leave some sort of weakness. That's just going to clear the 7 point. I mean, maybe you can give a shot, but I don't see why you would want to. So that does that. Oliver might have to leave. I don't think so, though. His 6s, he's got a spare 6 to play from the 7 point, so he's fine here. He just makes the ace point. Going from the 20 point would have been a 0.46 blunder. Hopefully no one would fall into that trap. Seb might have to break something now. 5-1 is going to be legal dice on checker. Where's the 1? Probably 3-2. 2-1 is fine. Now Oliver might well leave. Shouldn't be really thinking of cubing. Bit naughty. I don't think it's remotely close because actually Oliver is liable to create a weakness now because he's forced to move something that when he's stripped. So I don't know, just 6-4. Yeah, I know it's one of his worst numbers, but it's a weakness. He's not all that far away. He's a favourite, but the fact that he's on roll here doesn't help him at all. So what can he do? He is just going to come out immediately. Okay, well, it's absolutely clear from the analysis. Seb's got a weakness on his 1 point. Just having a little look. So you can tell already, kind of draw conclusions about what sort of frame of mind they're in. It seems like Oliver is absolutely nailed on to play perfect that one. It looks like Seb's going to have to pick and pass. If he just plays a non-hitting play, he's just going to lose because Oliver will not only win the race, but just get out into the outfield. Or a very easy tip for anyone is just always try and contain the last checker. And then you only reverse that decision when the opponent's board is so strong that it becomes too risky to do so. But in that case, I think it was pretty clear that Sebastian had to do that. So Oliver had a cube there, which I didn't pick up on. So first mistake for Oliver. If Seb doesn't roll a 3, I think maybe actually you're going to revert. So you've got a few people in the chat. It's now too good to double. Okay, that was a bit fast and furious. If Mate is listening, can you make it full screen? Because it makes it a lot easier for me to see and understand what's going on and be quicker on the uptake. So already Seb's up to 522, but Oliver's up to 823 because he doubled a too good and he missed a cube. Sometimes it's so tricky. The thing that goes first, I think, when you're not super, super sharp is cube action. At least it does with me. Anyway, 4-1 return after 6-3, playing 13-9-8-7, hitting 1-6 is going to hit back. So Seb's really happy because he's got an extra checker of Oliver's sent back. Always a good thing. Oliver's going to come in and hit. Not amazing because it leaves Oliver vulnerable to getting a fourth checker sent back. Seb's going to fan, so that reestablishes some sort of parity. Oliver needs something that's going to point, or maybe he just has to play 13-7. We're not delighted to have the stack of 6 on the 5 point, that's for sure. We make the bar, so now that any 6 from the bar does, apart from 3-6, another double 6. I don't think we've got anything, even after all that horrible double 6. 5-1 is not quite what he wanted. 5-2, so he's probably going to hit on the ace point if it's a 5-1. Can Mate make this full screen? Maybe. So interestingly, the 24-23-6-1 is wrong. In between the best play of 22-21-6-1 and the second best and 24-23-6-1 is 24-18. Kind of finding its way in on number 2 in the charts, but I don't understand why. Okay, and then 9-8-6-1 gets in there. I've seen that play before. This I find very tricky. I would be very tempted just to split the back checkers, as I'm sure other people would. Maybe the idea with 24-23-6-1. Okay, I see that this, when you come up to the 21, you gain because you get coverage or sight on that checker on Seb's 10 point or on Ollie's 15 point, whichever way you want to look at it. So anyway, Seb's got 2 in the air. 4-1 brings both in, hits. So he becomes a favourite again. Oliver's going to have 4 checkers back to Seb's 2. What can Oliver do? Well, he's going to come in. He's going to point on the 4 point. And the other one, we can see already that the computer makes a 21. So if you make the 4 point, I think that you're just going to make the 21. Well, you will make the 4 point, and then you will make the 21. So very simple. So that makes Oliver a slightly small favourite according to the equities, which we can always use to see. 6-5 comes in and comes out, leaving 6s, 2s, 7s, and 8s for Oliver. That's going to hit for starters on the 11 point. Then probably just make the bar. I don't see anything else. You could make the 20. But I don't see why you would, because you're just attacking. There's no great urgency to make the 20 point. I don't understand why. Maybe he's not seen it in some sense. This is a bit unusual. Like, it's a bit, you're kind of priming yourself by making the 22, and the computer marks it as green and a mistake. 5-1 really said wants to come in high. If he comes in on the 24, isn't he priming himself? But if he comes in on the 24, the 5 isn't great. He could play 10-5. Okay, so it's close-ish. Competing ideas. Often you get, or sometimes, and this is the case, you get totally competing ideas in a play, and they both add up to similar-ish equities, even though they give totally different results. So he chooses to come in and make the kind of safe play. 4-3 is going to hit on the 15. That's a big, big hit, giving Ollie a big advantage. Now, if Seb rolls something bad, which he doesn't, double 1 is pretty good, but I would still put Oliver in front, even after Seb makes a better board. Seb's got the 5 point, Ollie's only got the 4 point, but Ollie's got potential to make the 5, having the 9 point and the 8 point there. 4-3 is very happy to link up with the checker on the 15. Seb love a 6-5. So he looks like he's going to have to play mandatory 23-20, and then the 1's going to have to be, okay, no. This is advanced. Hate to do this because now you're sort of priming yourself, but the idea is that it's just too risky to come to the 20, and you can just about hang back because you've got the timing to do so. Maybe you're going to use the checker on the 24 point as your next checker to move, so that you don't have to crunch your front position, as black I'm talking about. 5-3 is, I mean, what? Can you play 21-13? What are you going to do here? You could play 11-3. I don't immediately see. You can certainly make the 3 point, and you can hit, maybe you have to play 11-8-6-1. So I've come up with 4 plays without Okay. 11-8-6-1 was second. Didn't get the first play, which is 15-10, 11-8. And maybe I didn't, maybe because we don't like to break the defensive points. And the 15 point, those outfield points, when you're coming home, they're defensive points. And if you break them, those are the things that can really hurt you. But he's going to look at it. It's really good. And he's played the 3 already. So this is what it will look like after the roll. Some easy to say when you see the result, some duplication of 3s. Certainly 4-3 would be very valuable. Black making the 20-point anchor, so it would give you a tough decision as to whether or not you want to do that or hit with the 3. He's taking it back. He has to remember he's played the 3. Otherwise, if he had an extra checker on the 8-point, he would happily make the 3-point and not have to volunteer a shot, which you don't want to do. So it's in extremis that he's playing 15-10. It's not because you really want to. So he's only looking at the top 2 plays. And he goes for the second play. Well, as far as PR is concerned, he's happy with that. Well, 4-2, he's going to have to play the 13-9, pretty much. We don't think this is anything quite yet, doubling wise. 4-1, happy to make the 5-point. And now, having 3 checkers behind a broken 5 prime, almost a 6 prime, kind of, if you make the 7-point, because the checkers aren't at the edge of the prime. It's got to be very strong. And then still considering Ollie's position, then the downsides, of course, is that Oliver's got 2 checkers on the 21, 2 checkers on the 15, and you have to balance that with the upsides. But let's sort of... Seb's tempted into playing to making the 9. I don't think I would have done. Of course, I can see the answer right now, but I think because the 9 checker goes to a good spot on the 3-point, yeah, I just don't. This makes it easier. So things like 3-4. This is just, I would say, a little bit uncharacteristic of Seb. This is a little bit loose. So it probably would have been a double either way. This on 3 or 4 ply, plus it makes it slightly different, slightly bigger, 0.079 mistake not to double. And the double take equity is 0.857. So it's a little bit still a further away. Okay, he goes back to, don't know why, to hitting on 3 ply. So in short, the double is smaller than the take. The take is bigger. If you make a bigger mistake if you don't take than if you don't double. Dare I say it? I mean, only because he's taking time. Is there potential to pass this? Probably not if he's just playing his normal game. You just take this instantly. But if something bogus gets into his head, I would say there's a smallish chance, but still he will take. So there you go. He does. So the ones are duplicated, the 2-1 ones that here on the 14 are duplicated with the 2-1 that makes the bar. That will hit and make the 9-point. So Seb could do with a 1-5, amongst other things. 3-4 he'll take, just goes immediately to the 18, and that forces Oliver into having to hit with a 2-1 or 8. And if he doesn't, he's going to come out from the 21 point. Seb can just roll a 5. Seb is just going to be able to roll a 5. So Oliver will see this play immediately. He's just checking. Okay, I don't get that at all. Wow, so that really misses a trick, because now this gives Seb like 4-1, 4-2. 4-1 is duplicated. 4-2 wouldn't be. So it gives Seb time. What he really wants to do is make the 18 point. This gives him extra time. 3-1, he's going to have to consider hitting, but reject it. I don't see how you can hit here when you've got a beautiful broken 5 prime. So surely 5-4. Okay, this is an enormous blunder. And I think the way he played it, I'm going to say that there's every chance that he could do this. I'm going to say about 30%. It's going to take it back. He sees that it's dangerous. Okay, so he's not going to do it. Hits the clock. Thank God. 5 or 1-4. 1-4 or 5. One, as in an exact 1-4. He gets the 5. It looks like he has to play 5-1. It's just not pretty, but it's not. He can play. So concentrating on making the 18, you think, oh, I can just reject playing 18-14 because then you don't get to make the 18 anymore. Then you have to leave the 18. So why would you do that? But computer wants to play 5-1 because it's so bad to have the checker on the 1 point, because Seb's follow-up is just to hit that straggler checker on the 18 point, and now he's got a blot in board. So say Seb rolls 6-5. Look how many shots it would leave. He would want to hit from the 18 point. So anyway, Oliver's play, I shouldn't... he can't leave all these blots, but he... Maybe... I'm not sure what I would have done. I was leaning towards... I was like, you just have to clear the 9 point. You're winning the race, and you don't want to leave it. You don't leave any jeopardy. So, yes, he's duping 1s, but he's giving a 2, and he's leaving jeopardy. The other way, he didn't actually leave any danger whatsoever. And the only downside... There's the 6-5. There's the 6-5. What are you going to do? Well, you guess you have to hit, but now you've got all the blots. Ollie's got loads of blots now. Not only that, when Seb rolled the 6-5, Ollie introduced another blot in board. Ollie misses. He's going to make the 3 point, though. And now it's this really strange game. It's pretty much even money. The equity is almost 0 exactly with Seb holding the cube. But so that means that Oliver is winning in a cubeless game. Seb will take a 2 just to make the 7 point. Difficult to say, really? Oh, okay. So I can see that if you're not really dialed in, then... Okay, so he's right. Oh, and then you play 8-7. That's difficult. Tempting to play 7-6, which is not a mistake. So it's these plays. Sometimes I'm sure people in the chat would be immediately thinking, well, you've got to hit. But sometimes if you're not you're not dialed in, the dilemma plays where you've got 2 clear choices are the ones where you can get confused on just because you have the other option. But this leaves too much. So you're willing to take the risk. I'm assuming he's just going to play 7-6. Oh, he's going to go all the way to the 15 to duplicate the 5, but this is just not really necessary duplication. On plus plus, the computer slightly favors 7-6, but it's such a tiny difference. So timing is like a bit uncertain for both players here. So Oliver can certainly be forced to have to break the 15. Seb less so likely to have to be forced to break something, but he's going to need a 5, and then it's going to be uncomfortable to have to leave the 23 point when Oliver's got the best 4 point board. So Oliver comes in with a 3-4. That's a great roll. What has Seb got that he can immediately? Not very much. I mean, like he's got 4-1 is a great roll, but that doesn't leave him anywhere near close to clinching the game. So this is nothing. It's like very close to 50-50, if anything. And the difficulty of playing this as well, having to hit and go 9-6. I mean, what else can you do? You can't let your opponent make the 18. So it's actually better to make the 7 point. I've got to admit, don't understand that. Just happy to have got the 9-7 bit, to be honest. So he does the same thing. 2-6. Well, okay, maybe because you duplicate 2-6, the 2-6 was going to hit anyway. So not too displeased as Seb, because now you've got him behind a 6 prime. 1-6, amazing number, gives you some sort of tenable game as Sebastian. Still, the computer confirms he's still an underdog, so he wants Oliver to roll something bad, and that is not bad. That's going to hit twice, and then do other stuff. 1, 2, 3, and make the 7 point. That's pretty clear. So any checkers that come in on the 1 point are completely primed. So advantage back to Ollie. The only thing that we can say for Seb is he doesn't have to think about cubing, so he's not going to make a mistake. It'd be nice for me to get some sort of handle, being a bit breathless on the PRs, and the PRs are like a bit wild. It's been a wild game with like decision after decision. Not that decisions that you would expect necessarily to get them wrong all the time, but it seems like there's a little bit of funniness going on. I like this play. It just cleans up. It makes certain no need for Oliver to come forward. I didn't see it immediately, got to admit. So it gives Seb nothing. 6-3 is exactly what Seb needs, coming out all the way to the 14. Oliver's got 6s, 5s, 2s, even anything like 5-4, but 2's going to hit. Looks like it could be a double 2. It is. Well, now he can come forward. Interestingly, we see no switch there. No need to switch, because Seb's liable to break. So you actually want to precipitate the breakage. But Oliver is going to do it's such a knee-jerk thing. I think he might take it back, though. So far, really close. Game 2 of the third, or whatever it is, I don't know, third. I was going to do Game 2 of the first game of the UBC final, 2026, and it's pretty close so far. So no one has established a lead because the PRs are high, not that many decisions. They're liable to come down. 3-5 is going to fan. The only thing you can say now, well, Seb is slightly winning in the PR, but Oliver's going to get all these decisions, or more likely to get decisions, because Seb is much more likely to be on the bar. So Oliver makes the 22 point. So if he rolls 5s, he can't come off the 22, but there you go. 6-5, he'll just come off. And the 5, either to the 11 or to the 4 point. And now we've got 2 checkers closed out. And so Oliver's going to get all these decisions, and none of them that he's likely to get wrong, because they're quite simple, quite standard things that we know after playing millions of games. Just some little things, technical things. Okay, we're going to get a full screen. Fantastic. So I think the idea is when you're bringing all these checkers in, that you want to get them on the 5. You want to get checkers on the 5, 4, and 3, not on the 6, because you want to be able to clear the 6. So I don't think even this is going to be a big mistake. This is just catering for the fact that Seb might come in by the time that Oliver has brought all his checkers round, but I don't see that that's going to happen. But fair enough. So this is the thing where I don't think he should take time. If he could only just not fall into that habit of always trying to find the best play, which I know is a nice habit to have, but it can cost you when you get down to like 30 seconds in the last game. I would just allow yourself to just make a random play here. It's never going to be wrong. And it's not going to be a random play. It's going to be your speed gammon play, which is he probably plays 2.5 at speed gammon. So it's not going to be too bad. Again, I would just advise him just to make any kind of play. 7-4, 11-5, 15-12, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the computer thinks he should clear the bar. I mean, these plays aren't, I like I like every sort of play, mate, but, and it's nice to see what the right approach is for anything. And for this sort of position, when the opponent's got a 2-point game, the right approach there was to clear the bar. So, which is consistent with the fact that he shouldn't have made the bar. We got Casper, got Mike Gertl, we got Chris Bray, Johnny Splash. Hopefully the camera's fixed. I've got a lovely full screen now. I was working on a little dual screen thingy. James taking time on these little plays, but he just can't help himself. So Seb's not going to save the gammon. So not that 8-7 would be particularly a gammon saving play, but 6-5 is much better. So Seb's goal is just to make his 3-point next, or maybe the bar point, but. Oliver up to 59.8% Gs. Yeah, I agree with Chris. This has been a kind of a tricky game, but I wouldn't say it's been like these very difficult decisions. I'd say these were standard kind of difficult plays that top grandmasters would usually get right. I have no doubt that if they were just kind of well rested and chill, they would just get those right easily. It's just when you overthink. So it doesn't look like we're going to leave that there. Although leaving that there wouldn't be enormously bad. Gaining on 6-2, potentially 5-2, although 5-2 will clear the 6-point. So hard to see why that's not a mistake, because I wouldn't want to get hit by anyone. Computer only thinks it loses 5% more gammons, or 4. And I can understand spending a little bit more time on something like this, because this has the sense of one play can win you the game and the other play is kind of just giving up a bit more. But I wouldn't have thought myself, if I was playing, I would just play 23-14 immediately, because I'd be too scared to leave a one shot. And I think most people would. So maybe what we're attracted to in Seb's shoes is being able to stay there, and Oliver can't clear the 9-point, and then we roll a 6 or a 5-1 and make the 17. But even that's not okay. So he's just going to do it eventually, play to the 14, which is the right play. It's according to 4-ply. I imagine that the difference will get bigger. It gets like quite a large amount bigger, as far as a percentage of 31, 17 bigger. And so Seb's clock is ticking down, 6 minutes 15. I mean, there's nowhere near time trouble, but likelihood is that we're going to be 4-0, but still there could be a few more games. I agree with Jeff, or Jeff agrees with me. I didn't understand the value of leaving that there versus the negative downside of being hit. Didn't seem like a close call whatsoever. Anyway, PR, Seb's down to 5-0-8. Oliver's down to 7. 4-2 is not ideal. You just want to be able to clear the 6-point, which this play doesn't allow you to do. Computer wants to play 5-3, 5-1. Not sure I would do that. I think I might do this. At some point I tended to want to always clear, but then I changed that and towards taking checkers off, but this makes sense because it pre-clears not only, now you've got the 6 point and the 5 point are stripped, and actually if you roll 4-2 next, you probably just clear the 5 point, and although that's not ideal, okay, he's taking it back. Got Mark Dicko.green. What's the score situation and what does the winner need to get to? This is the first match and we're playing 3 matches. So you get 1 point for the PR, 1 for the win. And it's very close so far. It's very nip and tuck, I would say. Anything can happen. You can see that the players are both kind of deliberating a little bit too long. 5-4 with the 1, most likely. Hardly going to make a difference because Seb doesn't usually get to win this game. 6-6 is just enormous. Must win a hell of an amount more gammons. 6-3, okay, whatever. Seb's not ready for a shot, really. 4-1 just takes 2 off. 6-2, 5-2, 4-2. But then some future, if Oliver rolls a 3 here, then he's going to have an uneven number of checkers. Or this, of course, not just a 3. So Seb will probably go with 1, I would have thought. The fact that Oliver's got an odd number of checkers on the 3 point means I think when it gets down to 2, Seb will still, when it gets down to 3 checkers on the 3 and 2 on the 1, he'll still stay on that 23 point for the quite fair number of shots that he gets. So I think that's what's going to happen unless I'm going crazy. 6-5 just plays out to the mid and slots the 12 point, the 7 point. So and now there's backgammon danger and match danger from absolutely nowhere. Oof. Weird. Takes you by surprise. So 1-1, 2-1, 3-1. 5 numbers wouldn't have saved the BG. So Ollie goes 5-0 up. So it's looking balanced, very balanced so far. If Oliver brings his PR down and continues to go towards match victory, then assuming Seb has a lower PR, Seb's going to win a point, Oliver's going to win a point. The average PRs will be close. So Seb brings 2 down with the 5-2. Yeah, I would have thought that 6-2 is just standard. You don't really want to park it on the 18 point. Okay, I don't mind that so much. But when you're leading 5-0, maybe it's a bit loose to do that, as in it loses a fair amount of gammons as well. I mean, this isn't gammon proof either, but maybe the upside of this is that you can get to make the 18 point, which saves some gammons. So he does do that. He makes the right play. That's really nice. 6-2 is just going to have to hit. It's going to leave 4 blots. He could play 11-9. The computer confirms. 5-4, just beautiful. Exactly what Oliver wants. That cuts down any cubing possibilities for Seb, really. 4-1's going to make the 7 point from the 11, and then I fancy, I'm not sure whether I play it to 7 or 22-21, but computer prefers 22-21. Again, if your opponent has an advanced anchor, it really is incumbent on you to make the advanced anchor yourself. So by coming up to 21, you give yourself a chance not only to make the 20 point, but you would get a chance to make the 21 point rather than the 22 point. 21 point is obviously more advanced than the 22, so better anchor. Oliver can hit twice. I think we had, again, this is a very standard thing, but we had one of these yesterday, and I think I remember saying, well, he can just play 13-8. But of course, with having the advanced anchor, you can go for long-term safety. It's a much better long-term safety prospect if you hit on the ace And also there you open up a little bit of a blitz, albeit that you don't want at 5-0, but you can give yourself that chance as well of bringing your checkers home. So 1-6, he gets hit, 1-6, he comes in, he's going to have to, could slot the 5, but no, okay, big blunder. Plays 13-7. Seb's still not going to have anything because what he really wants at 7 away, 2 away is any gammonish sniff. But if there's no gammons, then his cubes are just probably at the same level as a money game. Doesn't get any uplift for cubing a non-gammonish position at 7 away, 2 away. I wouldn't have thought 3-2. Yeah, I would have just made the 22 point interesting. That he saw something else. 6-2, he's happy to play 18 and 6. 4 is a possibility. Okay, 4 is slightly better. And that makes sense considering the score. And in fact, even though the computer thinks it's a small difference, anyway, onto this 2-1, we're going to play 6-5. I don't love to make the 22, but computer likes it. I suppose it's a little bit safer to make the 22. I'm just trying to piece together the computer analysis, but if you play 22, 26-5, then you leave that checker on the 24 point slightly vulnerable. But I would have gone for this play. I certainly can't blame him. Seb is getting an advantage, certainly. I don't think he's... Again, okay, we're not going to do that. No. Yeah, I don't think we can... There's ever any need to do that. And your opponent's got the 20-point anchor. Okay, this makes it so much easier to keep your position together and to come home. So I'm reasonably confident he'll do this. Four six, you'd love to make the 5 point, but it leaves too much. Maybe you just come out to the 15, playing tight. I think that's what I would have done, and it's the right play by a long way. You can't do this because, although it duplicates fours, it's playing into exactly what your opponent wants. Having said that, I don't think it'll be a cube next go, but this is a blunder. So we know that Ollie's... It's funny, I don't think either of them are playing that well, and the PR doesn't really count for much after just three games, but that is... the coming 11-5 is an enormous blunder, so this is a slightly smaller blunder, but still not a good play, really. He wants... Right, okay. So this makes it even more understandable. If the checker's on the bar, I can't really explain why you might not want to play immediately come in and out. But yeah, he's not going to do it. He's going to play 2014. This is a big mistake. He's not really, just doesn't want to relinquish that contact. He really doesn't. I mean, how many more games? It doesn't even win any more games. The right idea is just to come out even at a normal score and at DMP. He's going to make a blunder. 5-3 just makes the 3 point. We move on. What can you do? So Seb's down to 3.5. So Ollie is not looking like he's going to win the PR point at all. Again, he should just come out. He could just come out all the way to the 14. We saw the value of coming out from the 15 points. So we saw the value of safety, and he's going to stay. And this is another blunder. You just don't want to stay there. That's the only way that you can get hurt at 2 away, 7 away, is to be attacked. This removes the attack. And suddenly Oliver is down to 55 seconds from absolutely nowhere. So I think a game that he could have played with a fair degree of certainty, because of the time, the messing about, he's given himself some trouble. So Sometimes after your opponent dithers, you can get tricked into cubing something early. Okay, amazing that on plus it completely changes the evaluation and makes it close to a double. I think the idea is you've got many chances to roll a double five, and if you don't, okay, that could sort of semi-market loser. So he's going to put himself in a position where he's got a double take next go, I would have thought. So that gets both of them safe. Maybe it's still not quite enough. I think it must be, though. Just because double two, double four, double six, double five. Or maybe that's it. That's what you got. And what do the other rolls do? Problem is, if you roll something like 6-1 or 5-2, you have to leave a double shot if you want to clear the 15 point. Mark thinks it's too easy a take. I'm struggling with this. Actually, what is it actually a double or not? Well, we've seen the analysis even after having seen it. Problem is our sixes, so Seb goes for it. Could be a tad early. So he rolls a double six. Okay, it's not. It's a beautiful cube. I don't know whether Gurgley can click on the double take line. And funny, what we didn't factor into the cube decision is that black can win gammons. He's up to 30% gammons, I think. So even after Seb not playing anywhere near his best game, he's still playing 3.1. And Ollie has done a few funny things. Again, we can speculate about time trouble, but Oliver is in time trouble, but he is never ever going to time out. I think it'll happen only once, but it'll never happen again. So what did you do? Did you take it off? I think so. Does leave a 6-4 as well. Okay, maybe this is nicer. And you get to fill a gap as well. So now, looking at the position, it looks like Ollie should be okay. He only loses 17.3%. I think it would just take 2 off for the risk of just leaving the checkers on the 6 point. Okay, he's going to do that. I can't blame him. No, he's not. Sometimes a little bit hard to make that play because you feel like, oh God, I roll 4-1. I will roll 4-1. I roll it. I should have just played 6-3, 6-2. Can have can sort of irk you for the rest of the game, or it's a kind of a psychological thing that you have to build into the old BG. Okay, so there are some gammons. There's like, 5 crossovers needed for Ollie. He can just waste one if he wants, waste a pip and play 8-5. Not sure if that's necessary. So he did, played 17-14. Okay, Seb's got 5 left. Still, Ollie should just about be okay. It's going to bring that in. Presumably he plays 14-8, but this is a tricky play. Not going to be a big difference, but Seb, 2 points are going to make a big difference, of course, to his possibility of winning the match, being 2-0 up instead of 1-all. Even this is tricky, and I'd like to have a little bit of time for it. So we can see how many misses there are very quickly, but I'm not going to count them all because I'm a bit tired. Either way, you can't make a big mistake. 3, so okay, let's go before YSAB rolls 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 3-2. Not double one, did I say? That misses, obviously. And like you said, Ollie wants to take a break, and let's just quickly say something like, so Seb had this borderline cube decision, and maybe you can say, well, sometimes it is good to cube borderline cubes. It looks like it was a correct cube, because if you roll 1 or 2 of the best numbers, then you can have an outside chance. You can have an outside chance of a gammon, and the gammon is obviously huge in a 7-point match on a 2 cube. Gets him right back in there. And I'll take a little break, but see you guys in a bit.
pay-per-view?
Every day it's a different model, I think.
Okay.
Final number 2 is not unlocked yet. Trying to do it. Leona Wilkinson says in the chat that, come on baby, you've got this.
Thanks. She's the best. Okay.
So we are 5-3 for Oliver. He makes the 3 points. Seb has to bring the 2 down because Oliver's blocked the 22, which is a natural place for the 2 to go. 5-1, probably just splits. So Seb is 3 away 2. He just needs to get a gammonish cube in. Very simple. 6-4's going to make the 2 point over the bar all day long. Yeah, and when I see I see the timing of it, but he does it. Of course he's going to do that. It redistributes the checkers nicely. 1-6 comes in and out. No, it doesn't necessarily. That's surprising to me. So yeah, bar 18 loses more gammons. That's a fantastic play by Oliver. I find that difficult to do, but it only semi-strips the mid. He's still got 3 checkers on the mid. Seb can certainly think about cubing. 6 is a duplicated. Kind of turns me off. Even at this super active score, this is the 3rd most active score in all of backgammon, I would respectfully suggest Oliver is down to 20 seconds. Seb doubles. He sometimes doubles a little bit earlier. Can't blame him. Could bear fruit. 6 is a severely duplicated. Double 3 hits makes the 5 point boom. Okay, that would give some market losing sequences for sure, but that wouldn't. Double 4 probably has to make the 4 point and leave some more shotties. What else? He doesn't want to make the 2 point. Surely not. This has to be a lot stronger. So I've not seen Oliver down to quite so early in the match, but I'm sure that's going to come in and hit on the 17 because you need to take that hitter away. That's a potential hitter for Oliver. So that's a better hit for Seb. Oliver comes in with double 1, massive. Okay, so from a timing point of view, it makes it easier for him to play. If he can just pick up those other checkers, he's not going to be in any time trouble whatsoever. It's a fan. So Oliver just needs a 2 or a 5 or an 8, but it's not a 2 or a 5. There isn't one. Well, a double 4, but it's blocked. So he rolls 4-3 instead. Just from a time trouble point of view, Seb wants to come in, give Oliver some tough decisions that he might have to eat into his bank time for. 5-1's going to hit, and the 1 is optional. Probably play 16-15, but that's better. Oliver's now down to 12.1. He's semi-eating into time every time. 3 is just going to come down. Don't think it's better to play 6-3. Actually, computer thinks it is. We noticed that 13-10 strips the mid, actually, so maybe that's the answer. Oliver just needs a 1 or a 6. 6-3 just sits on the outside if you missed that. But anyway, he's going to lose the PR, we assume, even though he's going to get all these decisions. Seb really needs to come in. I can't see how you would turn down the hit. Very difficult, though, for Black to win this. But gammons are not going to count against him, so he's just happy to try his best to win. Any fan, he gets a fan, okay, but any fan is going to mean that Oliver doesn't have to move. 6-5's, woo, can you turn down the hit? I doubt it. So hits and comes down. Love to get the checker on the 24-point moving. I get that. But you've got a little bit of time. So Seb's got enough time just to make sure of this move. And I'm all over the place, so I'm just not thinking straight. But my first thought is you can't turn down the hit. Seems fairly obvious. As much as you want to play 24-18 with the 6. Okay, so he's gonna... Oh no, he does that. Let's look at it. Chase Alexander. Okay, so how 24-18, 24-18 be okay. And the best play, this is tricky, is actually, so you do want to come off the 24 so badly. And if you're going to come off the 23, you still play 6-1 and hit. So I think lucky enough for Seb, he can't make a big mistake. But if he saw the best play of 24-18, 6-1, this is a quiz position. I might have to take a screenshot. This is a very interesting position. I'm going to forget to remember about it. But he comes up with a great play. I love that. Turning down the normal hit on the 18, on the 17 point. I think most people would just play 23-17, 10-5 or 13-8, and that wouldn't be right. If Gurgley can just check plus that or double plus that, okay, makes the 18. 4-3 is going to hit. So Seb's got every chance, having made the 18. Maybe that was his idea. 5-4 is just going to fan, but he can even suffer getting that second checker picked up, and still he's going to have his 1 point game and the phantom 2 point game. Oliver remakes the 8 point, comes out. Seb still fans. Not an absolute disaster. 5-1 doesn't seem like much you can do here. It's either 13-8, 16, 17-16, or you could just come all the way around, probably turn down making the 12 point. So he does 17-16, 13-8, another fan. PR still big gap, so if anything, it's just going to be 1-1 with Seb having an average PR lead. Oliver giving Seb a little bit of a glance there, just checking in on him. 4-3. Again, these plays shouldn't be too difficult. So even if Ollie does kind of try and find the right play, he's probably got plenty of time. And the game is going to be finished. Doesn't need to win a gammon. Just needs to make sure that it doesn't time out. 14-8, 16-8 seemed the simple play there, but there was something slightly better. Anyway, does something, can't work out what it was. Another fan, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The worst thing that can happen for Ollie, what could happen? Late hit. Will it be difficult for him to play? Probably not. The moves are forced. I do believe, though, Seb should be trying to find ways that he can press on Oliver's time bank here, but it's still not going to be a major source of match wins. So Ollie did make his 2 point, and now Seb doesn't have the luxury of coming in there either, but the fans are not going to hurt him. He's still going to have his timing. That's all that matters. He doesn't need to come in to get decisions to bring his PR down. It would be nice, but his PR is still sufficiently lower than Ollie that it pretty much assures him of winning the PR point here, whatever you kind of level of analysis you put on it. Another fan, so he's like fanned 20 times in a row or something. 4-2 is probably just going to play from the back. Clear the 6 and the 5. 6 off was a contender. Finally comes in. I don't know what you do with the 3. Maybe just make the 3 point. We got a donation from Nemet, the master transcriber. I'd say saying a lot of stuff here. Okay, we cleared the 5 points. So okay, but he does that, and this match isn't necessarily over, so we shouldn't say that. It can just get a late hit, and it can just become 6-5 to Seb. So it's still possible that Seb could take a 2-0 lead here. Presumably you could just slot the 3 point, but I can't, not looking at it closely enough to see where that other checker goes. This looks fine. Seb's 6s, 5s and 4s will come off the 24 point. We got Gaz Owen in the chat. 2-2 just clears that immediately, clearing the points. Anything else would have been massive blunder. So that, I don't know, just the one optional 8-7 slightly better. Funny one, actually. Are you going to slot this 1 point with a 6? I don't think so. Okay, so getting very, very close. He's got 5-5-9. He's got 6 checkers off already. So every checker off is obviously a boon for Oliver. 2-1 leaves him uneven. Okay, Seb just wants a 5. Gets it. He's looking at, I guess, well, I'm not sure what he's looking at there, actually. Double 6, oh my God, solves that problem. So Seb's not unlikely, unless he was a double, he won't be able to get 3 checkers off the 24 points. So it means that if Wright rolls a 1, he can't play it and leave Seb a shot. So now Seb's just going to stay on the 24, block double 1. So any 1, Seb's got a tiny chance. There's the 1, cocked. And no, that's it. Okay, so it's 1-all. That won't be what Ollie wanted. So any 1-all, you'd prefer to take the PR point, don't you? I've just realised suddenly, you much prefer to take the PR point than win the match. Am I wrong? I don't think so. That's it. You just win the average PR. The only thing you're scared about taking the PR point every time is there are only 3 matches here, is just losing one of the matches and losing the PR, and then you're scuppered. But if you can just play well enough to win the PR in each match, then you don't mind about winning the match at all. And I'm going to take a little break. So see you in a bit. Oliver first back at the board, but Seb was there and he had to go somewhere. We're 1-1. Seb's taken a big lead in the PR, and that's going to matter. So remember, we're only playing 3 matches here. So 6 points are up for grabs. 4 gives you the win, but 3-all is very likely with the average PR being the clinching factor. So they shake hands. Match number 2. Got Leona supporting her man. 6-3. It's going to come out and split. I like that. I love that 6-3. Prefer a 6-2. 6-3 hits. So again, Seb gets to put another checker of Oliver's back very close to the start of the game. At the start of the game, Oliver comes in, makes the 18 point, but moves into a losing race. 5-1, you probably play 15-14, 13-8. Loath to leave anything but a single shot. So Seb, I would disagree with Casper, hasn't been playing anywhere near his usual game. He's off, but I don't know whether that he'd want to be interviewed to confirm or disconfirm that. Even the way that he sort of looked at that 5-1, I would suggest just pick up things by the players' gestures and like little size and stuff like that. So he does play 14-13. He gets the right play, bang on here. Excellent. 4-3 is just going to bring 2 down. Now, I wouldn't be surprised suddenly for Ollie to play exceptionally well here, just out of the blue. 6-5 just runs, but it's obviously going to depend on the decisions. They're both on 0 so far. So that puts a 6th checker on the mid. Ollie's just checking the race. 6-3 probably plus plays 10-4, 8-5. Well, you don't want to leave a shot, I don't think. So you just play 8-4, but that's not quite correct. You can unstack the mid, but what happens if the opponent rolls double 3? They would play 18-15. They would hit. So it's difficult to find, I think. But again, look at the importance of unstacking. So those checkers from the 6 point, from the 13 point, don't always go to a good place. So if you put it on the 10 point, you give yourself a chance of playing from the 10 point and the 13 point, which is better. And there we go, 6-1. So he has to strip the 8 points. So the next 6-1 will leave a shot. Oliver's board's improving. Presumably he has to, well, he can actually play 6-3. Yeah, that was slightly better. Interesting. Seb doesn't want the dreaded, okay, 5-3. So he'll keep the checker on the 8 point and play 5-2 or 6-3. So this is one of the first things we learn when we move into kind of advanced player territory. Usually most players would just play 8-5 without realizing that 6-1 is going to leave a shot. So you're just going to play 6-3 here to avoid that eventuality. I prefer 6-3 to 5-2. I'd like to just know the race. If Ollie's near running possibilities, then you probably don't want to play 6-3 that much. It looks like the race is sufficiently close to make it more viable to Seb to slot the better point. He can just remake his board again. What he'd love is a 5-2, just to be able to remake the 6 point. Black's 1-1-8 according to Merrin. So now you can't leave a shot. 13-8 is the only possible thing you can do, but it still leaves a blot on the 6 point, which is what you don't want when there's going to be some shot quotient, shot equity. There's going to be an exchange of hits. So double 6. I wouldn't mind just making the 1 point here and now. Computer agrees. I'm not sure why. Maybe because you're not assured of double 5. Okay, well, he's not. You can see that Ollie after the double 5, that redresses the racing deficit. But clearly, we know that Oliver rolled double 6 before, so that's only going to put him maybe evens or slightly up. Merrin bit off more than she can chew with the race. That's what happens with transcribing. You think you've found the play, and then they've just moved like 4 moves down the line, and you don't have enough time. 5-3 is for Oliver. So he's got to think about whether or not he wants to save a 6. I think he has to. But you really want a maximum efficiency. So I'm a big proponent of efficiency and getting racing leads. When you don't play 9-6, you lose out in racing potential, because now you have to put checker on the 3-point if you want to save a 6, and that's not good for your race. 6-4. Again, if you want the race, you play 8-4. So each of them needs to kind of balance these objectives out. Generous last minute. Marta. And again, faced with the same decision here. But now, if you come in, then 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6-5, leave a double shot. I don't think you want to do that for the gain it makes to bring the checker in. So, and also if you bring the checker in, it doesn't go to a good place. It goes to the 2-point. So, well, okay. I'm completely wrong. Well, is it because that's something to do with Seb can roll a 6-1? I don't think he's going to have to pay now with any other number. Maybe when you factor in the 6-1, that leaves a shot, and then not only does it leave a shot for you, but it completely denies Seb that opportunity of you having to leave the 18-point with a 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, because Seb has left the shot first. Maybe you can see why 9-2 is the better play. Chris says it's because Black's board is impure. 5-1 just kind of does whatever. I favour 2-1 because then you get to remake the 2-point with a 6. So Oliver's given himself the opportunity of rolling the 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6-5. And he rolls the 6-1. Okay, so maybe it's only 8 numbers that did so. Otherwise, he would just irrevocably be able to stay there. So then you can see why you might want to make the 2-point. Blot on the 6-point aside from the equation. That's obviously going to be a factor. So 5-2, he has to bring 2 men in from the 8. Again, I guess we have to, the repeat, we don't have to actually fade the 8 shots for 1 roll. We might have to fade them for like 1.4, 1.5 rolls. Something like that. Always worth thinking about this, because if you hit, it's pretty much only 6-4. 3-3 doesn't work because it has to leave a shot. And 4-1, he has to just do that. I don't think Oliver's got anything after that. Just becomes a slight underdog, but he's going to run. Looks like he's winning the race very slightly, very close. Equity is plus 0.77. That's going to be double pass territory unless Oliver can roll above something. That looks like it's just a big pass, no? Not massive, 20.1%. Okay, so Seb takes a 1-0 lead. So as long as Seb continues to keep the PR, like I guess in the 2 range, it's going to be difficult, I'm going to say, for Oliver to win this match, this whole match. So we can see that the take pass decision isn't that categorical. It's not ridiculous to take whatsoever, but it does look ridiculous to me, at least. We see how little you need to take it 7 away, 7 away. If it's got to, you can see by extrapolation, 20.10%, 1% makes it a small pass, a 0.069 pass. So you probably only need like 21.7, something like that, just picking a number out the air. Not very much. You get recube value. But it just doesn't look like a take. I think maybe looking at it very closely, the only weaknesses in said positions are if he continues to roll ones, he's going to be missing. Not seeing it really. But I wouldn't burn time as Oliver, I would just pass. Because I'm pretty certain that Oliver kind of knows it's a pass. He's just checking. Just wants to like completely go through the position. But again, I would humbly advise him, not that it's my position to do so, just not to take time here. I mean, just because... Okay, I'm surprised. But also when you have a short match, it just doesn't help to make another 69. So the PR already up to 4.1. Don't know why he would take that. I just don't think anyone would take that in a normal, just like a money game. You just pass. So he's giving himself a bit of an uphill struggle. Okay, well, winning the match will help, but again, if he doesn't do something about winning the PR, might be difficult. So, I mean, it was too quick. Immediately we got the answer here, but so what have we got? 7 versus 7. Looks like it would be a pass, especially when Seb's got this horrible only one checker on the 2 point, so he can miss with... He can lose a roll with 3 consecutive 2s. Oliver's got a weakness because he's only got 1 checker on the 1 point, so he can miss with 3 consecutive 1s. But on 4-ply, it likes to take... I'm not sure why Gurgley keeps going back to 4-ply. Don't know if he can hear the thing. If he can go back to plus. This is a difficult decision that... Looking at it now, I would be completely unsure about. But as black, I would be concerned about my absence of checkers on the 2 point and the ability to miss. I think with 3 consecutive 2s, I hope I'm getting that right. Because you only got 7 checkers, so you can afford to miss with 2 2s. Yeah, I can see. Thanks, Casper. Chris says, no wonder Oliver gets into time trouble. Casper says, can read the screen. Excellent. So it's borderline. I'm assuming plus gets it absolutely right. 3-1. Doesn't want to roll a 1. Okay, well, if Seb wins the match, okay, he's thinking about recubing, but we had this before when he was holding a 4 cube, and remember that the recube point is pretty low because you go 4-0 down anyway, so you're not risking that much when you send an 8 cube. But clearly there's no sense when you're a big underdog like you are here. 3-1, okay. You leave left in the same position, whether or not you play 3-2 or take 1 off. So Oliver can like roll 2-1, 2-1 or something like that, okay. You can still roll a 2-1. Five, 3, okay, should be okay. So looking like Oliver putting himself in a good spot to win the match again. So at least he's going to be he's going to be 2-all at the very least. If he continues to lead the match until the finish line, he's going to be 2-all in the third and final game, probably just losing average PR. So one way he could win in the third match is by just winning the match and PR, sneaking through. That's a possibility. You never know. So one of the things that you have to do to win in this format is just to keep it snug and not make it very difficult for your opponent to win the PR. So just try and keep your, I mean, it's the same thing all the time, really. It doesn't matter which way you cut it, but keep your PR down. Just try and avoid anything major. So 6-2-4-5 hits, that's going to double hit. So anything's a cube here, maybe like 2-1 even. This is definitely a cube. Don't think it can be a pass. Can't be a pass. Definitely not. But it's not ridiculous. Seb only winning 63.26. This is how extreme the score, the effect of the score can be. This is not even the most extreme score by any means, 7 away, 3 away. I made it yellow in my activity spectrum. Above that is orange, and above orange is purple, and above purple is red. And that's as high as you can go. I'm losing a little bit of faith in Oliver's. Like, I'm not 100% sure he's going to get these cube decisions right when he starts to take time. I know he takes time anyway, but I can't predict what he's going to do. Maybe that makes him a good poker player, but I just can't tell. For me, that would be... can't remember what I was going to say. So yeah, Chris says, by taking the borderline, maybe Seb protects his PR. Yes, that's true. But I don't know if he did that. I just think he thought it was a take. It's just hard for these players not to think about they're making the right play all the time, which is why they get into time trouble. I think like a level beyond that is just being able to kind of make the wrong play sometimes. Sounds bizarre. Okay, see, he just passes. I don't see that. I know it's close according to the equities, but I don't see the pass there. And whether or not Oliver thought, well, it might be close, but it's more likely to be a blunder if I take something like that, or whether or not he just crunched it and thought this is a pass. Hard to know. Again, Seb sends a third checker back, but that's going to hit on the 10 point and probably play 24-20 with the last 4. Now the PR gap is just too big for comfort for Oliver. Seb's going to just come in, happy to unstack and hit. Any other play would be a very big blunder, computer confirms. 2-6 just going to have to, don't particularly want to give 3s and 5s, but you do want to come out. Okay, so it's close. Computer favors coming out. Oliver goes for 10-4. Okay, and again, this is closing in on a cube at 6 away, 3 away. I would say this is early. I can see that by the numbers that it is, so it's kind of cheating, but threes are duplicated. 6-1 will make the 5 point, and then we don't know. I don't love hitting. I know it duplicates the 2. Okay, he knows this one. I didn't. This is clear. Okay, but he is going to have a little think about it. For me, that wasn't an easy play. I suppose when you do this, but then you just duplicate your opponent's 2, so it's not that bad to just come out to the 14. From the perspective of allowing your opponent to have his full roll or not, but he makes the right play, and that's really good. 4-1. I suppose you just want to make the 21, and then maybe if you're not going to play 6-5, you just play 4-3. That's a wimpy, kind of wispy little play. If it's right, I don't know. But then, of course, you can play bar 24 8-4, and just looking at it for a bit longer, it looks tenable to play bar 24 8-4. Problem is, you're not making the anchor, but you're duping fours. So this is a lovely position. I would love to for bar 21 4-3 to be right, because that's kind of takes care of making the anchor. This could be a bit dangerous. This looks solid and natural. Okay, it's the right play, but I don't see the other play, so I don't know how big a mistake the other ones are. 4-2, you could just make the 4. We love to make the 4. So, of course, we know we're trailing, so we're going to attack. I mean, you can see it's perfectly reasonable to make the 2 point. You leave a clean position, only leaving double 4-3-5. There's just attractiveness with both moves. So, if anything, I'm leaning towards, I mean, I would have made the 4 point. Now I'm leaning towards just making the 2. Just avoiding any hitbacks, as many hitbacks as possible, avoiding complications, making the game here on in easier for you to play. It just looks clean and looks like it meets the rigors of the position, even though the only downside to this is when you're trailing 6-3, you really want the most dynamic position, the most attacking position, which is the solid 6, 5, and 4 point rack. And now, if he does make this play, what numbers are going to lead to a double take scenario? What numbers can Oliver roll? Well, of course, fanning would be a disaster. If Seb makes the 2 point, Oliver fans, it might just be a pretty easy take. It might be an easy take if Oliver fans and Seb had made the 6, 5, and 4 points. But it's certain I don't know why I said I'm certain. I'm not certain, but I think that if Seb makes the 2 point and Oliver fans, then it's going to be a pretty easy take for Oliver, or a take. But we saw that Oliver passed a standardish, what I would say, a close but standardish take in the last game. Again, Oliver keeps costing himself little PR chinks. There haven't been that many decisions. Both of these moves, it's difficult to decide because they leave completely different kind of configurations, different follow-ups that you have to kind of get a sense of what those follow-ups are, and that takes a little bit of time. So he rolls a 3-2 and he can just go for a double hit if he wants, which he does. I hate to leave blots, but I suppose I would have done it. Can Seb cube this? Blech. Maybe with the 7 point or the 8 point, but this could actually be, I don't know, this is really tough. 6 away, 3 away is not such a computer confirms no cube. Okay. And Oliver gets away with being missed, and that's fantastic for him, but he doesn't cover. So he's going to have to play 2 down. Yeah. We often always find ourselves remaking the 8 point. Okay. And he does again, Oliver, big 5 for Seb. Now he's only got 1 man in the air. I don't know why I hate to commit this. It doesn't seem like it's there at 6 away, 3 away. Yeah, we love the rack, but we don't love the blot on the 8 point. So he's going to roll. We will see. 2-6 just hits. Not a good roll because it doesn't hit on the 5 point. So we've had this situation before. I think. Have we? Or maybe it was Ollie that had the 2. Okay, enormous. And the 1 is up for debate. So value in both 6-5 and 23-22. Computer favors the 6-5 play by a smidgen on this analysis level, but it's so unlikely that the absence of playing 23-22 is actually going to crack your position as white. So The moves are bound to be close. I don't love this, but okay. Just tries to bring the position home. He's 4-1 up. He favours safety. We really do see how Oliver, there's a sense, yes, he's superb player and he just likes to crunch out the situation and make the right play every single time, which is fantastic. But there's also maybe a sense that he's a little bit struggling just a tiny bit sometime when he could maybe relax. And I am only saying that because I think I have experienced the same struggle when I play, and I'm guessing I'm seeing it. That's just going to make the 9 and play 23-22. No, it's not. It's optional. Guys with a lovely donation. Okay, so now from a checker play point of view, maybe not so much a cube action point of view, Seb has he's going to have some tricky plays. Now, I would be very happy not to have to consider 24-23. I'm not sure why, again, I often find myself saying this, I'm not sure why you would think about that, but that's what's going through my head. So if you make the 9 point, then the only one is 23-22. So that if you get hit with a 6-6, 4-6 or an ace, then you can have a chance of coming in on a better anchor and your checkers are split. I mean, it's possible that you could play 5-4, I guess, if you really want to, for some reason, not come up to 22. Not that there is any reason. But he just wants to get the right play every time. A laudable exploit. Oh, it's gonna cost him, that play alone could just cost him the whole UBC. We have Sean Casey. Wow, look at this. Ka-ching, all the money coming in now. So please don't make this play, actually. I'm going to go down that route. I don't want you to just come on, start making some just strings of best play. Yes, come on. Come on, Oliver. Don't play 24-23. It could actually cost him the game as well. It really could. No. Just don't, no. Like priming, double 4. Okay, so 6-2. Looks like Seb has to do this. Hang on to the back game. Hope he doesn't get hit. Establish some sort of prime of his own. He's just about got enough timing. Sometimes, if your timing isn't good enough, you make the fourth play there, 24-22, 24-18, having to relinquish the 24-point anchor. Ollie questions wasn't sure about something, so get 4-2. It made it easier for Seb to play that play. Now, Ollie's just going to have to play 13-9-6-4. Wow, okay. Is 13-7 because you duplicate 6? I would never have, just from a conceptual or a logical point of view, I wouldn't have thought. But now, yes, of course, I can kind of see it. If Oliver gets primed, he needs to counter prime. Otherwise, he's really losing the game. So he needs to brute force a 9-7 slot. If Seb rolls a 6, what will he do? Will he play 24-18 or 13-7, assuming Oliver slots? Well, that's not the wrong 4. I wouldn't say so, Chris. They were very close. And from a conceptual point of view, I would say that making the 9 point is superior. So he is going to slot the... It's actually unclear what he will do. He's not really unsure. I think he could do both either. Okay, so Anyway, Seb 6 now will just make the 7 point. These are hard, so you have to keep this point slotted, I imagine, especially at this score. And the 2 is difficult. Kind of want to play 13-8. If you don't, I'm not sure what you're going to do. I don't think you're going to come off the 24 point. And that's a different. So this looks just what you need to do to win the game. So I would probably go for this, hoping that I have enough time, and I would have a little thinky poos about this. Okay, so it is right. Anything else is a mistake. We have Herbert, thank you, and we have Amiri. Yeah, Seb is playing so far, but these are plays that he can make very easily. He's just when you see what you need to do. So perhaps similar idea to Oliver, similar kind of play difficulty to the 4-2 that Oliver had. Seb makes the right play after some deliberation, and Oliver doesn't. So 5-1, I suppose he has to hit twice. This is very complicated. Fan is not too bad at all for Seb. Upside for Ollie is that he doesn't get to make any cube mistakes because he's 4-1 up. Okay, so this move was forced. I was a bit confused for a second, didn't know what he could play. So he comes in with 1. Will he hit the other checker? I'm not sure. He'd like to be able to hit in the slot. Oh, he can just make the prime. Of course. Don't think he's seen it. This isn't too bad, though. It kind of almost achieves what the bar making play achieves anyway. Whoa, is that? Okay, so what, to keep that checker there? Well, computer thinks so, easily. Yeah, okay, when you see that you can roll things like this and then it strips some of the points in the prime. So now, Seb, of course, happy to hit with a 4. But it becomes difficult for him to play. So let's see what he's made of. Let's see how close he can get to top plays on all of these moves. So 18-15 makes sense. There's some sense that you want to stay. Okay, he's not even going to go there. There's some sense that you want to stay on the 18, but you want outfield control more than that. And you want to definitely preserve your crunch. The 2-2 is going to make the prime. Easy play. So now a distinct possibility of Seb crunching. 4-6, yikes. Oliver will hit if he can, I think. Just comes out from the back. I wouldn't do that. But anyway, now I don't know. I probably wouldn't hit. Now I've got that checker out. I would just kind of try and scooch round without putting Seb on the bar, but I'm not sure. So just playing something like 22-14. It's difficult because, yeah, okay, it is the right move. It's difficult because if you don't hit, then you give Seb those pips with those checkers on the 10 and 9 point to play with. And when you hit them, you take them away. But of course, when you hit, there's every chance that Seb will just stay on the bar. Okay, so I wouldn't, this is actually a blunder. Seb comes in. I'm trying to work out whether or not Ollie's in danger here. Kind of, yeah, wait, 51. I wasn't expecting that at all. So Seb needs to come in on the 23 point. No? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Assuming that Ollie doesn't make the 9 point. But if Ollie makes the 9 point and Seb doesn't have a checker on the 23, then Oliver can then squeeze Seb off the 23 point, which might make it easier for Oliver to bear in. But this was obvious actually on second thoughts because the computer says so, and also because Oliver might not make the 9 point and he might not keep it anyway. So what do we go for? Just keeping a 4 prime, possibly? Oh, we can keep a 5 prime. And why wouldn't we actually? So 5, we'd love a 5 just not to come out. That's my first simplistic caveman analysis. We'd love to stop anything that just has a 5 without a 6 just from playing in board, and simple computer confirms that. So next move anyway, whatever happens, Seb's not going to have a difficult move. He's not going to make a mistake. Now this allows the 5. He's trying to force him out with a 6. So this was my idea with the 3-2. But of course, Seb doesn't mind so much coming off the 23 point because he manages to keep a double anchor game. So 3-2, what? Just going to slot the 2 point. Don't see what else you can do. Hoping to come out with a 5 next go. Kind of not. Well, he can. This kind of semi kills a 5, and he can come out with 5s unless Ollie rolls a double 1 and chooses to make the 8 point. So, but didn't like it. And Seb's PR goes up a little bit. 4 is forced. Ollie's just going to really need to get lucky and win this match because PR is going against him. So 5-4 is pretty much forced. So Ollie's 5s, 6s, and 4s are killed. And in Seb's timing is fine. He brings it in immediately. I'm like, okay, I'll go with you. He's right. But you see his process. He makes a play that he wants to play, and now he's going into the tank. And how many seconds is he using? And ends up playing 6-5, which, although yes, we can see the computer says it's the wrong move. Maybe it could also end up costing him. But luckily, he just plays 5-4, which is fine. Don't see what we can do other than 8-4. There's some other stuff, of course. But our goal must be as black just to make the 3 point. We got some activity in the chat. We got Octay. We got people receiving. I don't really get the lovely. So 1 was forced. He chose not to play 7-6. And now there's quite a few shot leaving numbers. That's one of them. And this is where it gets difficult for Seb. I mean, I assume you hit with anything. I struggle with these, not quite a double. Okay, I'm way off, but if the thing is, he's going to know, he knows, he paused, so if he hits, he's going to be cubing. So which one do we, it looks like you want to go off the front. No? Okay, just for crunching possibilities. If you go off the front anchor, you kind of leave more jeopardy for white. But if you go off the front anchor, then you're priming yourself a bit more. It makes the best play. If he does that, I mean, if he comes off the 23, he's going to play to the 14. So he's got every chance of making the best play. And now we know from the analysis that it's going to be a double. I'm assuming Oliver's going to have to take. Okay, so this is the kind of, I would suggest the play that you want to make. Whatever want to make means, but it becomes a blunder on ++. Again, it's just because you need to get the backcheckers moving because you're primed and you're going to crunch. So this counts. I mean, if Oliver ends up winning the PR and Seb makes this play, first of all, this makes it more likely that Oliver wins the game. If Oliver ends up winning the game, sorry, not the PR, and Seb makes this play, then it closes the PR gap. And it looks like Seb will make this play. He's looking at things like, I'm assuming, what happens if White comes in with a 3-2? What's better? But that's not the thing to be looking at. The thing to be looking at is what do I need to do with my back checkers in order to bring them out and avoid the crunch? Casper says he thinks the problem with coming from the 22 is sometimes Oliver will make the 3. Yes, but then actually you prefer, from a back game point of view, you prefer the rear 2 anchors. So if Oliver makes the 3 and Seb's timing is sufficient, then Seb prefers to have the back anchors. But I think you're right, actually. If Seb goes now and hits, Seb's timing's not good enough to have a back game situation. So he just wants to kind of run. So he does make the blunder. And is this a cube? So assuming, okay, it's not quite, it seemed like it's nothing, right? But the only reason we're looking at it is because we know that the last one was close. But of course, there's going to be crackers, maybe not immediate ones. So if Oliver comes in with 3-2, I think is the only one. 3-1 is fine, but 3-1's awkward enough to consider. So on the higher analysis level, it's not quite a cube. We've seen Seb's tendencies. I know he could either not. I'm not sure, actually. I wouldn't say he has a tendency. His tendency is probably just to get the cube right. So if there's only one cracking number, 3-2, and double 2, add double 2 into it, that's probably not enough. Maybe if you had 4, it would be enough. But we don't like, or as Seb, we quite like Oliver having to come in with a 1-5 or 1-4 and being stuck back. Is that enough at this score to justify cubing? Possibly. But of course, we have to know that that's going to happen. Anything, Oliver just might roll a 3-6, 3-5, 3-4, double 3. Double 3 will be good. Verdict thinks it's okay to send at this score. It could well be. It could well roll it out and the computer's completely underestimated Black's value here because it tends to overestimate the race. So Seb thinking down to 134. Really tough decision there. So now you've got those 3 checkers in the outfield, and now I know I can see the computer analysis. You don't really need to come off the 24 or the 23 point. And also, so there you go. That's why you don't want to cube, because you can roll that. Okay, so now you've got nothing. Double 4 is going to fan. Such a nice game because there's so much play. That goes 1, 2, 3, takes one off. For a minute, I thought it left a double shot somehow. Don't know how it would, but Seb rolls a 3. So the position has only changed in that Seb doesn't have a blot on the 2 point. There's the cracker. Does that make it enough? I mean, now Oliver's taken a checker off, so you're not going to get gammoned. So this has got to be nothing. Three, 5 hits. And now I don't like Oliver's game at all. This is a disaster having 2 checkers back. And it's so difficult to analyse. If Seb didn't have 1 on the bar, then maybe. 4-2 he hits. Trying not to look at the numbers, but I'm... Okay, not after 4-1, because not only does it hit, but it gets to escape one of those back checkers, which is absolutely crucial. Does he just come off the 23 point? No. Well, we know that from the 5-4. I think it's got to be coming off the 23 point because of crunching. Could really cost you. Okay, no. Three two is just about okay. I think he's got to come up to the 22, play 18-15. Only leaves a single shot, leaves threes, ones. So Seb's now got nothing again. This is an extremely complicated game. Presumably the six is just going to play 24-18, but that takes away your possibility of making the 22 with a 2. But hey-ho, if that's going to be a thing. I don't know if it is. Okay, now, what do we need to have? There's no gammon. I mean, we know that if we covered, I think we know if we covered and he fans, even if we don't hit, this is really tricky, especially when you're low on time. It can be very tempting to cube this, and it could be right, I don't know, but you've got 5 checkers back. Surely you can just wait to cover when the guy's got 1 checker off. You're not winning a gammon. That is the crucial thing. Yeah, I don't think it can be that bad to double, and it could be right. Small mistake. No. So computer doesn't even know. Oh my God, and he passes. So it's easy. We have the numbers. We have everything. Would I have been saying all that stuff if I hadn't had the clue from the 5-4 that started everything? Seb's smiling. He just knows. And that's a bit of a cheeky one. I've seen that smile before. He knows that that's just not even, he will have known that that's like borderline. Chris is happy with himself. Give himself a pat on the back. I don't know what you predicted, Chris, but well done. So that's it. You can't pass that. So still possibility. So Oliver's not going to win the average PR, so he just needs to go on and win this match. He's just going to play 13-7 twice, 8-2 twice. Oh shit. Just bring them down. Okay. Of course. He's down to 40 seconds. Is he going to fall into the same? I don't know why I saw 8-2 twice, but doesn't gain anything. 5-4 just makes the comes out. Okay. Difficult one. Okay, I can't blame you. You're not going to make a big mistake by coming out. Gets you out of danger. 3 away, 5 away. So I don't think Seb needed to play snug there, actually. I kind of got the score reversed. 6-1, he's going to have to hit twice. No? Okay, looks automatic. My God. Okay, we've got so much to learn. I would have made that play as well. But it's too dangerous, especially when you're leading. Okay, when are we going to get to a cube? Ollie needs 3-4, 3-5. 2-4, not good enough. Okay, but Seb's still got one on the bar. Duh. Okay, well, that's one of the advantages of double hitting. Is this anything? Probably not a 5 away, 3 away. Not close. Five one comes in and hits. Oh, hits that one. I saw the other one as well, which was right. What? Oh, I think maybe Gurgley thought automatically he was going to play 13-8. So that was time pressure, possibly, for Seb. Who knows? Maybe he just thought it was better to hit on the 11 point, but I wouldn't have done. Doesn't matter that he makes a blunder anymore. Average PR is gone. Oliver can't win this on average PR. He's going to have to win the last match and the PR in the last match to win this. Seb is going to have a minimum of 3 points going into the last match. So, seen a few chinks in the armor. That just makes the 11 point. Okay, no, not necessarily. There's a possibility with the 3. again, forgetting when we're as Seb that we're 5 away, 3 away. So we just don't really want to play 16-13. We don't want to stack. We want to make it difficult for Oliver to come home at pretty much any reasonable risk. We're just trying to close the gap. 5-4 we can run if we want, but we're not behind. It's close. Okay, he's low on time. Yeah, okay. He trusts himself. Okay, Oliver cubes. What? Okay, I don't know what to say about that other than I think Oliver is only, he might be a tiny bit ahead, but when he's got I don't know why he cubed it, when he's just got the 17 point. This is time pressure. It's not the same as him actually timing out. This is what time pressure does. So what you gain from using all that time in precision on the early moves, you lose in the possibility of just panicking and making a big mistake later on. So preserving another spare on the 11 point. I saw that move, but Seb goes for something else. Okay, so if Oliver cubed, he must have been up. That double six is going to make him game winner, and that's the only way he's going to win this match. He can't afford to limp and let Seb back in. He doesn't. He's just consistently rolling pretty well. Just going to have to keep it up. Losing this game would be an absolute tragedy. We got another lovely Icelandic Corona. Yeah. Oliver needs to keep this up. If he loses this game, gets 50% match equity, he's got so much, of course, obvious to say, but so much more chance of losing the match. And losing the match here is just losing his possible place in the final of the UBC Contender Tournament, which can take place in Monaco. And we got Michi, Mark Olsen, and someone else. Hideaki. So he's looking all right. I don't know, 5-3 maybe. 5-3 is better because it's got a plus by it. Different level of analysis. That's why it's below 6-4, 6 off, but it's actually better on those two differing levels of analysis. So will there be a break? I don't know. It's hard to take a break when you're so low on time because all you're going to go off and think like, shit, I'm under pressure. Possibility of having some ridiculous sequence getting a recube in for Seb. But even that will just take him to Crawford. So he won't win the match. Unless Oliver has a redouble. I don't see that it could ever be a sequence that would bring that about. So Seb has 4.8%, so he just needs double 5, double 6 to start with. So he takes away... Yeah, okay, that preserves... So this is a 0.2%, okay. 2-1, that's it. So yeah, I would say like under the circumstances, this match playing 3.7 with the 3 checkers back, not many decisions so far. Of course, this could be just ground down to a standard 2.6 kind of jobby, but at the moment, if there are no more decisions, playing this at 3.7 is like a difficulty adjusted kind of 2.4, I would say. Not that those moves were insanely difficult, but they were tough. When you get move after move, which is challenging, it eats away at your brain power. And there's every chance of just getting something being a bit off. So anyway, We had 3-4, 6-3, 3-6. 5-3 has to... Yes, okay, I was going to say point. It's actually quite close. Well, if you hit that one, then you make the 16. Height and Mochi, you can see it. You could scroll back on the stream, but basically Seb lost the match. I mean, I can't remember. I'm so dialed in here. Seb lost the match, or not dialed in. Seb lost the match and won the PR. So after the first match, I think it's 1-1. But Seb won the match, won the PR by quite a substantial margin. Someone can confirm in the chat. So, okay, I lost the... That's perfect for Seb. So we just Crawford. Seb just wants to win by creeping forward his little prime there. He wants to roll a 1-1, 2-2, something like that would be ideal. But he also wants to get the checker off the 21, get it free. Thoughts of, okay, I would just be picking up the checker on the 21 and then maybe thinking of 6-4 just because I want to unstack. So he does play the 6-4. Maybe it's a bit big. Oliver's definitely going to hit with a 1. And the question is the 6, do we come off the back or the front? Not sure why it's such a big mistake. I guess it duplicates 4s and you want connection. That's happy to play bar 21, 6-5, re-establishing the anchor. 2-2. There's pretty much a force play making the 11 and then playing 8-6, because if you play 16-14, you leave a double shot. I don't see any possible upside to that. That's absolutely fantastic. Using the checkers that you want to make the 4-point. 2-6 has to, don't know, either one. Difficult to decide whether I want you to. Okay, it's down to 9 seconds. So this time is going to become a little bit, if it doesn't end here, so that's going to hit. This is tricky. Like, okay, these really test your metal. You want to make the 7-point, so because you want to once you make the, okay, goes for that. She's probably right. Once you block in the 7-point, you've won. Okay, so he's got 8 6s and 1s. He rolls a 1. Presumably, you just play 15-10 to get triple coverage on the checker on the 7. So now, if it gets missed, he goes for the second. Don't know why you would go for that one. Just for safety, I suppose, keeping the 15-point. But now when you're Guy fans, you much prefer to have played 15-10, of course. Now you can probably just clear the 15. Nice. And then you retain the possibility of having a triple coverage on the 7-point, hoping to get missed. Fanning, even better. 4-1 covers, probably always playing 13-9, only leaves 3-6. If the opponent rolls 3-2, you get 4s and 3s to make the 6 prime. That's got to be a bonus. 2-1 coming up. Only way you can win, make the 22-point, really. Okay, suppose you're going to turn down the 3-point, make the 6 prime. Seb still might not be able to roll some numbers that come off the 20-point. It's possible. Ollie's going to have to play 8-3, 24-23. I don't see that you want to play the 1 to the 2-point. You don't mind coming up to the 23, I think. So 6-2 just comes off. So Oliver will hit with 6 3s and 1s. He doesn't roll. Oh my God, he doesn't roll. So he's going to have to play, 8-3. 11-7 is a contender. Didn't initially see it. Seb just wants to hit with a 3. 4 coming out. Seems right to me. Looks like a 3-1. That could keep Ollie. He's got 13%. Wait, what did he do there with the 1? I'm confused. I'm lost here a little bit. I'm not sure what Oliver did with the 1. Okay, never mind. 4-2. What? Just point on him? What are you hoping for? Well, I guess you can... Okay, he's got 4 seconds. He's got 3 seconds. I don't think he wanted to do that, but computer thinks they're close. I mean, he didn't have many winning chances, but I think conceptually better for him to make the 4-point. Hope that Seb comes in on the 23 and that Oliver can remake the 22-point anchor. Maybe that's, I think, what was going on there. 2-1's going to make it, and now he's just going to rely on double sixes when Seb opens up, maybe double 4, double 5. Okay, 6-4, tricky one. Don't know what you would do. Just comes round, simplifies. Going to play 6-4 for distribution. Okay, so Oliver must have what, like 18, 19, don't know, 18. It seems far-fetched to suggest that, but maybe even more. Crunch board, not that good, so never going to really win by hitting a shot, but definitely got all this shot equity that's it's not really going to be forced to leave the 22 point. So it is 19. Yeah, got to remind you that Oliver needs to win this. So anything that Oliver can get, any lucky roll, 5-2 just clearing the 9 point. Just brings that in all the way. So he's got, let's just mix the 1, I think. So if Oliver rolls a 6, the fact that he's got a 6-point board, a closed board stands him in good stead. If Seb wants to attack, and he gets hit back, I think that just plays from the 4 point. Not so clear though, because you get 2 crossovers. I like this as well. Don't know what I would do. Probably this. Hasn't hit. Oh, he has hit the clock. 5-2 comes all the way off to the 17. Okay, Seb's a massive favourite now, surely. 2-3 just brings them in. No, you can't hit. He's way ahead in the race. So Seb's got pretty decent. When you compare, you see what real time trouble is. 15.8 seconds is more than enough. I don't know what Ollie's got now. 2 seconds. 3.4. Seb would like to hit, however, talking about how far up in the race he is, like any sort of 6-5, 6-4 gives Ollie like 20%. 3-2 is really, really bad because it preserves Seb's ability to point on that checker. I mean, even though you give Oliver a chance of coming in deep, 4-1, okay, he'll take 2 checkers off. That's fine. 91%. Double 5, going all the way to the 2 point. Okay, that must give Oliver like 17, maybe. Oh, no, not 20. Seb's got like 5 checkers off. I mean, I don't know. 14, 15%. Double 6. Oh, my God. Winning it here. Really important. This could be... Oh, God, returns without... No. He's going to roll another double. Double 6, double 6. No, he's not. That's insane. 3-2. Double 3, but... What does this guy have to do to win the game? Double 6. I've not seen, honestly, I don't want to I've not seen that. Double 6, double 6, double 3, double 6. That I've rarely seen, maybe like 5 times. I mean, how many tens of thousands of games? There's like 1 in 1,000, maybe more. I don't know. Maybe someone's got a better. I don't want to exaggerate. The double 6, double. Okay, and they go on a break. If Oliver had won, then that would be one way of winning. But he's a big, big underdog now. Or he was anyway, but wow. I'm just looking back at the sequence, scrolling back. After Ollie's double 5, I can't see the percentages come up, but after Ollie's double 5, he probably has like 16%. And then after the double 6, if I just pause, give me a chance. Okay, so Oliver's got 4, 7, 10. Oliver's probably 69, 70% favourite after his double 5. I mean, it's not going to mean much to you because I can't show it on the screen. Seb rolls an immediate double. 6, and then the 5-1. Wow. Is Oliver using two hands? I honestly didn't notice. Mrs. Bubbles says, forget soccer, forget Formula One. Yeah, that was actually the only thing that, I mean, yeah, it's Oliver's got an uphill struggle. I thought UBC doesn't have a break. Well, you you would know best. Does it? You're being diplomatic, I suppose. Apparently the Argentina Cape Verde match was good as well. Yeah, no break. Okay, Seb's back. I think, I mean, I'm just trying to recall that match in my mind. Ollie's back, and the game, not recall that match because it's not over. Okay, let's save talk for later. 6-6. Oliver needs just to close out this match. In theory, what, he's 83%. I'm losing, I can't remember match equities. Whatever the reciprocal of 18.56%, I think that's the Kazaros-Rockwell match equity table. Anyway, 3-1's a very good start. 3-5 makes the 3-point. Seb has doubled before the 5-3. Some have seemed to miss that. 5-1, never sure. If you're leading, you probably want to split. Okay, so he does. That's good. 3-2. I don't know whether you can bring 2 down. 13-8. Okay, we're 2 down. Terrible at this score. Okay, I can see wanting to make an advanced anchor, but actually, active cube and gammon save mode. Okay, lovely. No need to play 6-4-4-1. You can have another shot at the attack later. 4-4 just makes the 5. Bang. That's going to help. But did I get this? Am I getting my scores mixed up? No, yeah, 4-4's going to help. So, no, I am. Seb's the one that needs to win a gammon. I don't know how I can get this confused. So anyway, 3-2, of course, Oliver's going to make the 21 immediately. Oliver's the one that needs to prevent any mishaps. So on that basis, just bring it in. 4-6 is often a big return shot. And I remember something in the UBC. Thank you, Mochi. Something in the UBC where you had a 4-6. You left a 4-6. Someone left a 4-6 and they got hit and there was a big swing. Wonderful, Mochi. Thank you. 4-3, 22-15 coming out. And now Oliver's just in the position he wants to be. He makes the 1 point. Oliver's got the anchor, and 3-3 is awkward. You could just make the 2 point, although computer doesn't like that. So I'm going to suggest no. 3-6 he hits, goes to the 4. Very easy to see what Oliver wants to do. Now he gives himself time to come out from the 21, especially when Seb fans, or that exactly when that happens. 4-3, you just want to come off. Is this the moment? No, it's not. And he knows that. Maybe it's just too risky and you're going to get a better chance to do it. 6-1, got to come off now. I mean, 5-1, 5-2, 3-1, 3-2 is going to make the 3 point anyway, so you're not bothered about coming out in some variations. So 4-4 is just going to fan. And it looks like Oliver's going to win this match. It's going to go to a decider. Oliver is going to need... So are you going to play to the 14 to give 6-6 as a closeout number? Computer confirms that. 6-6, 3-3, 4-3, 3-3 for Seb. 6-4. So how many? That's like 6. Okay, double 6. He gains from playing 21-14, gets the closeout. That should avoid any more accidents and just bring. You never know. Like every little step that you make for closer to home, eliminating any chance for your opponent to win. Okay, 5-4. Yeah, could be the best, the tidiest way. But now you just play 9-3-6-2. So you prepare to clear the 6 point, then the 5 point, hoping that you don't roll a 1. I suppose you'd like to roll a 6-2. 5-3 will do, but that gives a double 6, double 5, double 4 shot possibility, assuming Seb didn't come in with both checkers, which he didn't. 2-1, you're just going to clear from the rear. No. I don't know what. I mean, that's not going to be a big thing, but I don't know why you would do that. So without me noticing, okay, so he clears from the rear again. Will Seb resign if he comes in? Probably not. I mean, there's going to be like 0.01% of a chance to win. Or maybe it's Jin. I don't know. Okay, handshake, good. No messing around. Okay, so it's 3. It should be... sorry, 2 all. What am I saying? Am I right? So 1 point for each. Are they going to go straight on? They might do. No. Okay. So it went 1-1 in the first match, and now it's 1-1 again. Again, another match win for Oliver and a PR loss. I think Seb can be happy with that, reasonably happy with that PR. Really tricky, kind of, little bit of a tricky triple back game thingy there, and yeah, just a little bit annoying. Difficult to make sure that you play super well there. So I think Seb's done really well. Oliver ground down his PR. So it's 2 all, and they're only going to play another match. So it's first to 3. Yeah, Ollie needs to win the. He either needs to win the PR and the match, or he needs to. That's it. He needs to win the PR and the match. He needs to win the PR and the match. Because in order to redress the average PR deficit, Seb's PR would have to get higher. And there's no way that can happen without Oliver beating Seb on PR. Otherwise, Oliver's PR average gets higher. 3 matches. No, I think that they've decided... If maybe Matt could confirm in the chat, but I think there are only going to be 3 matches. I'm not sure where that was made clear or not. But I am going to take a little break. Hi, yeah, we're back. Well, if someone could explain the format to me, because I don't understand at all. If it's if there are 6 matches, how can it be first to 6? Five. Okay. So we are 2-all. We are 2-all. So yeah, if average PR doesn't count, it changes quite a lot. It changes a lot. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to start very shortly.
It was a great match, actually.
Just waiting for Oliver to appear. Yeah, I'm trying to compute this. Average PR doesn't matter because I think it's 2-all. I think it's 2-all, right? So yeah, okay, now I'm just getting, my brain is, so we had first UBC, we had 12 matches, and I think, didn't we have 12 matches? I remember that. So it could have been 12-all right at the end, and then average PR would be the clincher. So when we have an odd number of matches, it's kind of completely different concept. And I didn't really think about that at all. Yeah. So the only thing we can say about PR, the advantage of winning a PR, if you continue to play low PR, then you've got every chance of winning the PR in that particular game. Well, then if you have 5 matches, well, what if it ends 5-all? Hold on, what? Can end 5-all, surely. It can still be tied, just as Casper says. So what? There's no difference then. Because if you get more points than your opponent and you've run out of matches, then you've won anyway. It didn't matter about average PR in the initial format with an even number of matches. So I don't understand what I'm missing here. Match wins is a tiebreaker. I get it. Okay. What a downer. So Ollie's not appeared yet. Unless the match never reaches its conclusion. Is that possible? No. Okay, we've clarified. Meanwhile, maybe we can take a look at the draw for the Swedish Open. See who's in. The 91 people played in the main, so Carsten Simpson, Oliver's still in. Oliver beat Sebastian in the last 16, looks like, and progressed to the quarters. Michael Löfblatt, who I'm sure I know from years ago. Tanner, Omid Badei, all names I'm familiar with. Peter Carlson, Mick Larson. You never put a Mick Larson down. He's too good. Okay, so Ollie's back. Lovely jubbly. Okay, so Ollie's back. Okay, that was a bit... How's the... Sound sounded a bit muffled. Let me just check that. I think it's fine. So 5-2-5-2-1-1. No, just 5-2-1-1. 4-1, yeah. Can hit, but it's a bit dangerous when your opponent's just made the 5. Looks a bit unattractive to just play 13-8 and stack. Take a configuration of 4 and 4 and make it into 5 and 3. But you're just happy to get 5 pips and not put yourself at too much risk. So Seb's looking at 24. Okay, which is the second best play? 24-23, 22-18. Score currently 2-2. First to 6. 4-3 looks like it's just going to run all the way. One of the advantages of taking that checker off the 22 point is it gets it out of the way of those mountains of checkers on the 8 and 6 point. There's another stack on the mid, so you might want to be wanting to play 13-6. Looks like 13-6 is okay. Okay, there's this hit. Yeah, okay. I didn't see this. I don't know why. So either of my suggested plays are wrong. This is going to come in and hit, trying to prevent Ollie from making the 3 point. and keeping that blot there as a liability. Ollie's going to come in and hit. And now Seb's got a direct opportunity to hit the blot on the 3-point. If he doesn't, he's losing. So he's still a slight underdog because he's got 3 checkers back, even after hitting there. 3-6 just going to come out maybe from the 24. Yeah. Preserving the 22-point anchor, 5-3, you just love to make the 3-point, but lo and behold, we can hit a checker on the 16. We're not going to complain about that. Double 1 looks like it's just going to upgrade the anchor. That's an improvement, so I would be surprised if that's wrong. And then the 4th, computer says it's optional whether or not you play 24-23 or 8-7. Hard to play 24-23, actually, when you see conceptually how bad it is to put a checker in direct 6 contact from the 8-point. So often a theme not to do that, but it is the best play. 4-3 looks like you play 16-13, 6-2. No. Funny how we often don't see the right play. 22-18, 16-13, just coming off the anchor. Like, has he seen it? Will he see it? It just makes sense, but only when you have the computer confirming. But on plus, the plays get a little bit closer. We like to play 22-18, 16-13 because it wins slightly more games. Chris has just asked Mate to clarify. Well, that's good. Thank you. Now, the longer I see it, I know I've had the benefit of seeing the analysis, the more I would consider playing 22-18, 16-13. And he does. It didn't look like he'd seen it or even considered it somehow. I don't know how I can conclude that, but he did see it. 5-4, although you'd possibly like to make the 18, you'd also like to hit. So we're going to hit. And then the 4 seems sensible not to expose another block. You'd be double hit with 3-6, 3-2. Play 18-14, you still get double hit with 3-2. But there'd be the swing on 3-6. But there's other things going on with that. So yeah, I wouldn't consider playing, don't think I would consider playing 13-9. But, oh wow, thank you, Tudor. That's really, really good to hear. 3-2, so he does get the double hit. That's what Ollie least wanted. He's going to come in, probably with both. Seb wants to clean up something. He'd ideally like a 6-1 pointing on the 5-point. I think that's his best improvement. 6-5 just makes the 11. That's sort of... whoa. No. He's going to sit. Just leaving one block. What more can you want? And preparing to make the 5-point. Of course, Ollie will probably make the 20 if he can. So that might not be an option. And Ollie's favourite to make it. Can't see what that is. Looks like it's a 5-2. Okay. Making the 18. Yeah, I didn't think that you should do that. I didn't say it, but okay. I was surprised by that. 2-1 just goes to the 15, just trying to creep round. Seems like there's no other play. So now we give 3s and 8s, but some of the 8s are blocked. That's going to miss. So presumably he just wants to stay back with that checker on the 23. That's a kind of... That's sort of a mandatory thing he needs to do. Seb's just trying to come round, bring his checkers home safely. Not too bad to have rolled a 4-2. He's got a fair chance of improving his position and not leaving a shot. And if he does leave a shot, it shouldn't be fatal. Oliver's only got a 2-point ball with the bar point and a couple of blots there on the 10 and 8 point, so there could be some returns if Seb has to leave a shot. 5-4 is a shot-leaving number, I believe. Looks like it plays 11-2. But if Seb can fade this 2, and especially if Oliver can come in with anything that forces him to come on the 22, 21 or 20 point, then Seb's got a reasonable chance of bringing his position home without leaving a shot. So Seb's just checking this. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to know that you're not missing something. So he does force Oliver up, and presumably Oliver needs to come in as deeply as possible. But the second play is close. I also like making the 5 prime. You're not risking very much. I mean, how many ones, if Sebastian rolls a 1, how many times is he going to choose to hit? Well, I think he might. Can he play safely? Well, yes, he can. He can play 6 to 1. I'm not sure what I would do with this. I do want to, if I can get away with hitting and covering, then I make it easier for me to come home. But maybe it's just too ridiculous. I really haven't. So you leave a lot of shots, but then Oliver's board isn't so good. I think this is hard. I really do, because there's such a downside in just playing. Okay, so for the fact that Seb's not even looking at the hit means the hit must be insane. Okay. So 6 to 1. Just wanting to come home. A little blip from the Barget there. So this can make the 4 point really nice, but it's not right. You've got to keep the contact. Wants to go from the front point. That's really difficult. So he does fall into that trap of making the tasty play. But computer wants to go from the 21 point, leaving 2 blocks on board. Shame on me for considering hitting with that 4-1. Which I might have done. Don't think I would. So he does consider moving from the right point, but he's moving both of them, which is actually good in a way. Second play, 21-15, but keeping a checker. 21-15. Yeah, keeping a checker on the 15 point there, only bringing one of them round to the 9 point is the second best play. This gives up the contact, so we could see how important it was for Seb just to bring the checkers home. No need to do anything stupid. So when you come off the 22, it enables Seb to put a checker on the 3 point with impunity. So this is why Ollie really, if he's playing precise, needs to stay on the 22 point. I don't know if I'd have come close to making that play. 4-3 is just going to play safe, probably 8 to 1. There is 11-8, 6-2, just saw it. Do you want to strip the 11 point? Well, if you think it's likely you'll be able to clear it, but I think this was much the much safer option is to keep the spare on the 11 point and hope that you roll 6-3, 6-1. Double 3 even allows you to make the 5 point without leaving a shot. Can play 8 to 2, but okay, nothing else. Now it's reaching crunch time. It's like we can see that Sebastian's position is stripped, so it's going to be some awkward numbers. If he rolls a 6-5, it looks like he's going to have to clear the 8 point. It's going to make it super difficult for him to come home. 6-2, 6-1 are fine. 6-3, 6-4 are okay-ish. 5-2 is absolutely brilliant. Clears the mid. Makes it a lot easier for him to come home. Puts a spare on the 8 point. Doesn't look like there are any bad numbers now. Immediate bad numbers. Feels like he could even roll boxes and just put this game completely to bed. Yeah, I mean, want to keep the 5 prime, so I'm looking at playing 18-9 as well, but breaking up the bar point just to be able not to be hit with some 4s or 1s that make it easier for Seb to come home is the idea behind 7-3, 7-2. Which is a great play, I think. All kudos to people when they make a logical play rather than a kind of pure pattern play. A pattern play is easy when you're playing at these guys' levels, but when you actually make the right play, which is logically better, I think that deserves a lot of credit. So the downside to 18-9, I think, is like, of course, double 4, but then again, double 2, and probably even 4-1, where you're happy to make the bar as black. So he does make the 7-3, 7-2 play. We get a cube, which I was this is looks like it is. I don't know why I didn't, because he's got no bad numbers, and he can handle. So lovely cube. Not sure how much he can stay there. He really wants to. So one play is just to go to the 15 and the 9 and give Seb ones, but staying there on the 18 point is a bit of a mistake. Seb's got every chance of coming home. So he's got like variations where he just rolls like double 5. Okay, not that likely, and doesn't end up making the 5 point, but still wins the game. And he's got the variations where he does make the 5 point. And he's got other things like double 2, playing 11-9 3 times, bringing those checkers closer so they're easier to come home. So computer favors this. Strange to put those 2 checkers on the 12 point, but I think that's the only way you get to not leave a shot as white, which is what you want. So 6-1 is what Seb was. 6-4 is not good, just goes to the 1 point. Preparing to clear the 11. So the 11 points out of range of the 21. So if Seb rolls something that leaves an indirect shot, like for example, 6-1, of course he's going to make the 5, I would assume, even though Oliver might have a 5 point board, which he doesn't. Maybe he just has to play them both in, or 1-2, 12-6. Can he do anything splitting? No, that would be a bit too much. Best play is just bringing them in. And then I guess the plan for Oliver is if he rolls a 6 next go. I just like to bring them in, but okay, fine, not a big deal. If Oliver had brought them in and then was then to roll a 6, he'd just be okay with coming off the 21 point if he had to. This is probably not going to leave a shot if you don't need to. Yeah, I'm looking at 8-3, 2-1. I don't love to play 11-6 at all, especially if you can't make a point in board. If you could if you rolled 5-3 and you couldn't play 11-8, 11-6, and one of the options was 11-3, making the 3 point, maybe you would consider leaving the 7s. So I'm looking at either 8-2, maybe 8-2 is slightly better than 8-3, 2-1. There's also like 6-1, but that loses ground in the race. So the top plays 11-6, 3-2, only a small mistake. We have got final clarification. Okay, so I don't think you really need that pressing to bring it in. Doesn't really gain you too much on the crossovers. He does hit. That is a disaster for Seb. It's just a pass. Don't see how this is takeable. Not all that far away from too good. But kind of not close to too good as well. I mean, equity-wise, it's not far away, but it would be a mistake to play on, considering there aren't that many gammons. So he's just ruining the 5-1. I don't think he's really considering taking. He's just sort of, oh shit, shouldn't have done that. What would have happened? Yeah. Again, Ollie's going to struggle to win PR points from Seb. So he's going to have to continue winning matches. But will he be able to win 5? Okay, that's what's going on here. It looks like Ollie's going to have to win all 5 matches. If Seb doesn't win a match, Well, sorry, not all 5, but he's going to have to win the majority of matches. So 6-1 plays 24-18 and the slightly stiff 10-9, especially when you're leading. So I'm not sure what the pause is for. Is it 6-1? Yeah. This has just converted it into kind of a double anchor game. Seb's going to have to anchor with anything that he can, like that. That makes... Oh, that hits. Okay, that's probably better. I'd love to unstack. But maybe we're guided by the fact that we're leading, so we can play a little bit conservatively. So he makes the 4 and the 11. And Seb just has to run. Try and squirm his way free. 5-3 misses, but makes the 3. Some numbers, many numbers that don't get this checker safe. 5-3 will probably point, but I'm not sure. 6-4's happy to just go onto the 6 point. No other play. And now the race looks actually suspiciously close, but that will just prepare to make the board. Looks close-ish. Seb with a similar position to last game. Just trying to bring the checkers home. 3-1, okay. Downside is only that we have to strip the 8 point. That makes a beautiful 4 point board. Seb likes a 5-1 here, basically. If he's not going to roll a joker, 5-1 would be nice. I don't see another decent number, actually. Everything else is a little bit awkward. Yeah, 5-1 is the number. Of course, we're excluding things like 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, because they're jokers. So we can reasonably ask the dice gods for 5-1. Are we going to get 5-1? We get 1-1, okay. We are blessed, so you can't turn down making the 4. 2-0 down, he's closing in on cubing, that's for certain. Is that I thought it was a 5. So he immediately comes up, so Seb knows the race already, is not enough. It's going to play 13-8. 101.9, Seb's 119, and Oliver is 80, 98, 101, 116, 122, 124. So Seb's 5 up, 13 up after the roll. Looks like you just play 11-3, but maybe there's something I miss in these positions. Preparing to clear the 11 point before the 8 point, say. First point you want to clear is the mid. Six leaves a shot. Not particularly good, really. I don't think. I might be wrong. If you get missed, still difficult. Not an anti-joker, though. No red face. Ollie always hits. Don't think that Seb's going to be able to cube from the bar, not with a block, even with a closed 3 point. Maybe at a more extreme score. But, you know, these are things I struggle with. Okay, it is an underdog cube. It's a massive cube. So unfortunately, you're going to walk into this blunder. But there's every chance he'll get this right. There's also every chance he'll get it wrong. It's tricky. Well, for me, I haven't got to the point where I realise where you double an initial cube from 7 away 5. It doesn't seem like a score that you would need to double from. So he doesn't. But you lose. I don't know how you find these things, but you know, like if you roll 2, 6, 2, 5, you lose your market enormously in a situation where you do benefit from winning 4 points. So that can be a clue. Doesn't get to cover. Don't think there's any roll. So after double 3, maybe it's not a double. I don't know. But double 1, probably still too good. This must be still too good with 3 men in the air. Could walk into a big blunderoonie here, but I don't think so. So Merrin says, "What? There's always seems to be crazy super going on at 2-0, scored 2-7. Luckily he sees it, but there could be some danger down the line. We will see, cube-wise. I don't know what the kind of sequence, too complicated, but okay. So hitting another 3, a 3-1, could make a difficult cube decision, but not that. So Seb's got every chance of just closing out the game, like making his decisions easy. Is he just going to make the 1 point? It's close. Just looks better to make the 3, so I would probably have gone for it. But I think if he wants to avoid any nasty cube mistakes, he should play 3-1. Because if you play 5-3 and get hit with multiple ones, it's still quite remote. Okay, he goes for the 3-1 play. It'd be interesting to know what the bot actually thinks on a higher level, but never mind. And so maybe there were some backgammons actually, which contributed to the double equity, as in the, okay, just doing that, yeah. Get a nice compact position. Chris Bray agrees. Plays 11-7-5-4. Oliver's closer in PR than he's ever been in this final, but Seb's getting all the decisions. Merrin says it would have been a no redouble. Yeah. Terrible double at 0-0. I'm not sure what the thought is here about not just playing 5-4 and hitting the clock. Six four just runs. Only 11% BGs. Even though when Oliver comes in with a 6, Seb's got every chance of picking and passing and putting him on the bar. And he'll go for the extra point if he can, because it takes him to 4 away, as opposed to 5 away. So 2-1 would be nice. 5-3 question is, do you leave one out there to hit him with? And you don't. Just get them in. This is a little bit awkward. I don't know whether... don't like to leave I just want to play safe. Either this or just take them all off the 5 point and just give up on these kind of semi-backgammon desires. Of course, the gammon is never completely locked in, but you just play for safety and yeah. Okay, so he's only got 9, 10, 5 checkers off. God, Oliver hits. I stopped myself from saying Oliver always hits. Yeah. Well, so now when your opponent has got the gaps filled on his high points in board, you can't think about cubing. But you might be able to think about it if the opponent traded the 5 and the 4 point for the 2 and the 1 points. And you had 5 checkers off, certainly, at this score. But that's, it's kind of the downside of backgammon that there can be these big swings that make all your efforts, that punish all your good efforts or turn them to nothing. So the 1 just comes to the 18 point, I think. Just for general, slightly better control of the outfield. I mean, you're not worried about 1-5 or 2-6 when your opponent's got a 2 point board. So now Ollie gets some decisions. That's the other thing. If either player can win the match and the PR, then that's a huge boon for their chances to progress to the last 4 of the contenders. Yeah, I'm not immediately seeing what did he do with the play to the 20? Okay, fine. I suppose you're just going to make the bar. And even leading 2-0, Oliver will be able to cube at some point. Probably it's going to have to involve a complete closeout. So now we can see, we look at the percentages, 69.8. It's probably going to have to go up all the way to, well, I don't know. I actually don't know. 73. I'm going to be conservative. It could be lower. Maybe higher, actually, when you're leading 2-0. Look at how Seb's checkers are distributed. He's got a pretty decent position for a 2 point board, down to 9 checkers there and 1 checker back. Oliver just wants no accidents, creeping forward, getting the decision count up. So it looks like we want to maintain that it's 17 numbers that play forward that make the back of the prime with the checker on the 14 point. This gives us 5-4 as an extra one. I don't know if you could get any extra numbers. So 19 numbers to make the back of the prime. That does it. And now what you're trying to do is just cater for where does your 4 and 5 play best. Probably you're looking at 5. So if you do that, then, well, of course you've got a spare on the 6 point, but that 5, if you wanted to play from the 16 point, would go all the way to the 1 point. What you really wanted is actually to keep it there on the 17, so it goes to the 2 point. So I think that was a small mistake, depending on what the other one did for Oliver. He gets to make the full 6 prime, or roll his 6 prime forward, because he already had it, didn't he? So we're just going to wait. That's going to get play 8-7 for an extra builder that doesn't break the prime. We're just going to wait for the closeout and then re-review our options. But with Seb only having 5 off, I think it can certainly be an initial double at 2-0, but I don't have great reference positions at this score. I think with perfect spares in a money game, and so spares on the 6-5-4 point, Oliver on roll and Seb having taken 5 checkers off, I think that's a borderline take pass. But in my old age, I'm forgetting my reference positions. It definitely matters that he's only taken 5 off as opposed to 6. So the 5 is awkward. I don't see why he's going to play, how he can play 7-2. Just has, oh, okay. So the 5 came from the 6 point. That's not so bad. Double 5 is going to be bad either way. Double 4 is now bad. So it must be the other 3. Okay. So ideally rolling a 3. That's a good roll. Now playing 7 to 5. So he's got every chance of putting the spares in the right places. So I don't think this is yet worth considering just because of the score. I really don't know. Perfect. This could possibly be. I would stop, but I'm going to trust Ollie there that he needed to do that before. And if this is just an easy take, then I'm a bit of a fish, but it could easily be. But this now he's taken a checker off. He'd prefer to have 6-5-4, I think, than have this checker off and 1 on the 3. So this is going to be a take, yeah. I finally got there, but just because of the 2-0 lead, the take point for Seb must be slightly lower. Standard take, he's just never passing, doesn't take very long. So great working and great understanding by both players. That takes 2 off and plays 6 to 2 twice. Very nice handling by Ollie. Getting decisions. Gonna have to take a checker off. And he doesn't. I don't. Yeah, that he was playing so well, and that play is not a good play. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Seb misses, and Ollie's going to win the game, and he's looking like he's going to win another game, but not another match, but not the PR. It's going to be 3-3. If this carries on and Oliver can just get lucky and win the last, he'd only need to win one more game as long as he can. Am I right? Why am I getting so confused? Six one makes the bar. 2-1 splits and down. So cubing maybe a bit early. Thinking about it. So 5-1 makes the 8 point, plays 24-23. Seb is looking for any reason to cube. That's a bit of an exaggeration, actually. It's not quite that sort of score, but it's getting there. 6-4 could make the 2 point, but that looks superior. They were close. Ollie's got a better position, but that's could just make it double pass on almost anything. Like if Ollie rolls a 4, it's going to be difficult for him to decide whether he's taking, but he rolls double 4. That's so sick. I'd love to make the 9 here. I don't really want to make the 2, but can you leave a shot? So Seb just comes in on the 22. That double 4, I mean, he was just getting cubed out. 2-1, probably just plays 13-10, but 8-7, 8-6 is better. This leaves too much. 5-2, 6-1, 4-5. That's 6 shots. Surprising, though, because Oliver's got an anchor. 3-1, you can't do anything but play 13-9. I don't see anything. But Seb is always going to consider. That's right. He needs to win one match at least. Well, it's looking difficult in this one, and this is the third one. The reason I can't get my head around it, because it's bloody stupid to have this average PR not making a difference. But, 10-4, nice play when you see you... oh, what? Yeah. Too big to leave, to continue leaving those shots when they've got no anchor. And is there any cubing instinct here? I don't think so. Fours are duplicated, 3 men back, 2 remote, 6-5 probably just going to have to come off the anchor. I mean, you can't just let your game disappear into thin air. So relieves some pressure. Oliver's now got a good 5-1, 4-1 to point on the 3-point. 3-2, don't know, because you can hit. But if you hit, where's your 2? This is nasty. This is potential for blunder. I mean, it looks like you just play 13-8. I guess 2s are kind of a duplicated sort of. So I think I would go for this. Right, good. 5-3 is not good. Can you play anything but 11-3? Always looking for the most productive play, especially when you're trailing. Looking at playing 13-8, 13-10, and hoping that he doesn't come out. Committing a checker behind the that spare on the Ollie's spare on the 21 is horrible. But Seb's having a look. And now Oliver's got a fair amount of easy good rolls. 5-1, 5-3, 6-2. And I think things like 6-1 will just run. So he's looking at 13-8 with the 5, presumably. Which is, well, I don't think he would look at that. Just stopping that checker on the 8-point just to count and do stuff. I don't know. (2-1), I think you can't turn down the double hit. There is a safe play, but it would be... Don't mind him taking a moment there, but... Okay, there was also 21, 28, 6. I didn't see that with the 1. Okay, so Seb comes in. Of course, Oliver just needs to roll a 4 or a 5-1, the absence of which I think is passing. He rolls the 5-1. That's the cheeky version of the 4. And he gets the other 3-1, which he has to play 8-4 with. And now he's losing. He's not going to get cubed. That's the only upside. But he's really losing, even though the 3s are duplicated. But he's handling it well. I mean, it's difficult to get these game, like even the 6-5 where you have to come off the anchor. These are difficult decisions. So Oliver gets to hit, and he can either come out, probably just coming out is best, but it's not. The decisions are close. Because I would at least want to get hit on the 11-point, but okay. Difficult choice. Looks more comfortable to play to the 14. Looks less painful. This wins the game more, I suppose. Builder for the 5-point. If it gets missed, okay, that can't be a bad roll. Comes in, plays 24-22. Oliver is still in a very good position even after that roll, because he can just safety the checker on the 11-point, which he does by playing 11-6, 8-7. Seb's going to have difficulty if he doesn't roll a 6. Oh, he can pick and pass, but I don't think I would. Didn't even see it. Seb needs a 6 or a 4-2. Anything else like 5-1, there are lots of bad rolls. It's a nasty position. So this just leaves too much for not really much gain, especially at this score. 1-6-3, 6-5-6 now return hit. And even though Seb's got a blotting board, you don't want that as Ollie. You just want to keep your position no risk. So can he do it again? He rolls the 3-1, but he can handle the 3-1. It's just hideous. Again, Oliver can't cube. I wonder how bad it would be to cube this. Pretty bad. So no more spare. Do we just shonk that round to the 10 point? I don't see that you can play 7-1-6-2. So you just have to leave the shots. Maybe this is just anything. Okay, it's close. Funny because, I mean, I guess fatigue means I'm not seeing, like, didn't see 8-4, 8-2. I'm not going to make that play. So this is the third play. So not drastically terrible, but I didn't see why you wouldn't play 2010 when it's what you want to do is bring the check around. And if you get hit, it's not fatal because your opponent's got an open 5 and 4 point. I just want to go for the easy wins, but actually Oliver's play gets a lot better on plus plus. Definitely a play that you can take time on for sure, because there are advantages of playing 7-3. He says, having seen the having seen the analysis, I would always be playing 2010. So numbers like if Oliver does that and Seb rolls 5-3, I guess it's still good. He plays bar 22, 13, 8, but it can be awkward when he hits. So that makes the hit a little bit better. But anyway, Oliver does go for the right play, and Seb finally rolls something good. But having the open, oh my god, that just double. No, it doesn't. It hits. Well, oh no, he has to double hit. Oh, confused. Well, with no time, you would just double hit. So he's got time. In fact, for Oliver, he's got oodles of time, so he's going to consider this, which is fine. It's a fine play, but actually double hitting is just much more decisive. So on plus plus, the differences get slightly bigger. I mean, when you can knock those checkers out right now, why not do so when your opponent's again got his 5 and 4 point open? Having said that, if Sebastian rolling a 3 isn't as good for Oliver as it looks on first sight. I mean, yeah, Seb would prefer to make the 20 point, I think. But if he can just make any point, that's pretty good. So I can now get behind denying Seb making the 3 point at less risk, right? Because this leaves 1-3, 1-5, double 5, 5-3, right? Which is whatever. Seems like it's 5 or 7. Too tired. So again, he's taking too much time now. He should just make any play. Because when you just get into this absolute, I must make the right play at the cost of not running your clock down to 3 seconds, I think it's counterproductive. But again, if Seb rolls a 3, Oliver's not assured of making the 5 point anyway. And Seb still has his anchor. So I can understand every impetus to make the 3 point instead of hitting 2 here. There is something we don't like about this play. I get it. But he does it. And he makes the right play, so his PR doesn't go up. That's got to be a good thing. Of course, said fans. And Oliver just plays on. Well, okay, slightly suboptimal. Has to make the 1 point. Can Seb even just roll a 3? No. At points. Okay. This is what you're up against with Ollie. That's plays 39 because even though double 5 is not going to change anything, you just don't want to give it. And there is a double 5, slightly awkward. Can there be any thoughts of clearing the 6 point? I don't think so, but maybe. Changing his mind. I wouldn't, I don't think. Not unless I'm feeling a bit frivolous. Okay, normal play. But you don't want the 6 point, really. So I don't know. Yes, you want to win gammons. So what do you do here? Just 8, 6, 7, 3, leaving the 6, 5. So again, we have to scroll down to 5th place to get the clearing play. But I think it's a lot to do with winning a G, taking you to Crawford for Oliver. 4-1. Well, on that basis, he's going to pick and pass, and it's not that dangerous. Not sure I see anything else. Something wrong with the analysis. You can see the equity that players has lost seems to have been divided by a factor of 10 or 100. So I think Ollie's equity loss should be like something like 0.5. Not what was minus 0.005. Don't even think it can be minus 0.05 because that's only a small error. I think they've both made more than that. So I'm not sure what's going on there. That's a shot. Well, that just hits and either takes it off or plays 6-1. I'm a bit confused as to which one. So he takes it off. Taking off got to be good. Doesn't leave more shots, but then maybe you leave more shots, more follow-up. So 6-4, 6-5, 5-4. Is there anything else? 6-4. He's got a choice of how to leave the shot. So maybe Seb doesn't really want the decisions, and he's not. Well, because they would be very tricky to play with the open 5 and 4 point. Knowing where to put your checkers in such a way as to be able to fill the 5 and 4 point after a late hit, really hard. And the backgammon would be something that Ollie just does, but I don't think it's going to happen. Ollie would need a double. 6-1 leaves a shot. So 2-1, I don't think you gain really anything. You lose by playing one off, get another checker sent back. Maybe I'm wrong. Every time. Okay. The owner says he knows it's just a game. Eek, BG, some solace in playing so well. Well, yeah, come on. Of course. Of course. Okay, saves it. Bill's in the chat. Pix is in the chat. Kind of hard, having to consider all these plays as well. Okay, already Oliver's a 55% favourite after that exchange. I don't like to double hit here. but he knows. Okay, I would have played something else. Double one, fine, finally. Okay, only downside is that you have to have a distribution of 4-3-2 instead of 3-3-3 on those front checkers there of blacks, looking at the 8-6 and 5 point. But hopefully we get to remedy that. Well, we can just play 23 8-5. That's how we do it. Just looking at the distribution, we get the right play. 4-2 can run from the... Yeah, well, you could... am I going crazy so you could play 24-18? I mean, it is... 4-2 is duplicated. It is DMP. Anyway, Ollie likes a 4-1, something like that. 6-2 mix the bar. Double 4 comes out to the 16, makes the 9. Or not. He sees the 5-1. I wouldn't like to go there with down the 5-1 route. Complicates things. (6-5) he runs from the back. 4-2 just to play 16-10. It's a bit of a weak kind of safetying play, preserving Oliver's ability to prime that checker on the 23 point. But 4-5 is a bad roll. Don't think you can come off the anchor. So what you're going to do? You don't really want to point on the 2 point. Can you just play 13-9-8-3? Possibly, yeah, a bit better. I see something that comes up to try and get daylight, try and escape that checker. So the 5 is forced, 10-5. Oliver would like to hit with a 1. I mean, he would like to do more than that. But 1 is a nice request. That's a very good roll because it gets that dilly builder off the 4 point. Seb can come in with a 5, even better. He's got every chance of winning this game. Oliver just needs a 4, but can we stop Oliver from rolling? Yeah, dice on checkers, so that just slots both points. Seb just needs like a 6-1, 5-2, something to bring that checker safe. He's leading the race. He gets the 5-2. We're not going to do anything silly. Just going to play 16-9. And now, not a given for Seb to win this game because not that many numbers like are clinchers, like 5-4. 6-1 will play just to the 2 point. Now, if Seb can't clear the mid, he needs like 5-4, 5-2, 5-3. I assume he's going to leave the shots. If he can't roll those numbers, 3-2 obviously does as well. Suppose he would have to clear it with 3-2. 2-1 just makes the 3 point. Now Oliver's going to have to break the mid. No, he can't do that. He can't leave a shot, I don't think. That just makes the ace. Again, Seb wants something that clears the mid. Okay, he's finally got a good roll. The only downside to the position is the stacked 8 point. That's the one he wants to clear. His 5s are going to be awkward because they have to be played from the 6 point. So 5-3 would leave a shot. That just brings 2 checkers into the 6 point. You could play 8-7-4, but I've not seen that play in the wild. But you never know. You could play 8-7-4, but then your 6s, your 5s play, your 4s are not ideal. I think if I had to hit the clock right now, I would play 8-6 twice. But this is definitely a contender. There's also that. And I promise you I saw that just before he touched the checkers. But I didn't say it before he touched the checkers. So actually, I'm not sure now. Maybe this is best. So there's downsides to playing 8-6 twice. You leave a bad 6-1. You leave bad 5s. Maybe you should just play, maybe go back to his original, bring him, this is an important play, bring them all to the 7 point, leaving some bad 4s. You've got 1 4 you can handle. But there's something that really, really suspicious about the 4 checkers on the 7 point distribution. There's nothing you can really do about the bad 5s unless you play them into the 6 point. So yeah, I think you just play them into the 6 point. So it's only a bad 6-1, 6-5. That seems like the normal thing that we do. I'm going to rely on what we do normally. I don't know though. You can afford not to bring them in. So usually you bring checkers in because you want to for the race. Okay, so he goes with that. This is a really interesting play. No idea what's right. That's probably what I would have done. Makes the full board, so it's only 6-1, 6-5. 6-3 is fine. So when you can just make a play that clears a point such that when you roll next go, you can bring those checkers in and completely bring all your checkers into the board. That's what you want to aim for. 6-5 is going to come off. Could have come off with both. 2-1. Okay, why is he doing... Okay, it is right. Wow, okay. Just for the race. Race is too close. But he could end up getting hit because of that. Double 4 just makes the 1 point, of course. And I'm not sure about the 4. Probably that. 6-2, 6-1. So everything... Now nothing leaves a shot, right? So it seems like you just do that. That pre-clears the 6 point, but you might not have to pre-clear the 6 point, especially as your opponent just comes in on the 5. So there's not much jeopardy in having the 6 point continually there. Now Seb's PR is down to 0.8. Oliver's is 1.8. Oliver's going to stay there. Now, is Seb going to hit with a 1? I don't think he needs to. No, of course not. Not even a question. Neil plays 8-6. Well, then there's your answer. No, it's not being sarcastic. Not being sarcastic. It's a long story. Flank played I go with Neil. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't make sense that you don't get anything for playing well. No sense whatsoever. Because the whole point of this tournament is that it rewards PR. In it. Okay, so we're going 6-1. Will there be... The only question is, will there be a break? Yeah, okay. Catch you guys in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there you go.
Hi. Okay. Back to this fantastic series of matches. I just calculated. I mean, not that surprised that, say, Oliver's a 48% favourite in each match, which I think is kind of where he might be. Then he's like got just 0.7%. Is that right? Less than 1% of winning 6 matches. So anyway, we've had this so many times. We've had the splitting down, but usually with the 6 and then the hit. And now this time Oliver rolls a 6-1, plays bar 18. So Seb can double hit with some numbers. That's going to play 16, 11, 8, 7. That's normal. Can just play 13, 8 with a 5. This one I don't usually do. But it's right, I think. Or maybe a tiny mistake. 5-3 Oliver comes in with both. Makes it slightly difficult for Seb to play. I mean, he kind of wants to make the bar, but he also wants to make the 1 point. Of course, he's going to turn down making the 16. So perhaps you just make the 1. No. Okay. If you make the 1, you have to hit 6-4. Okay, that surprises me. I thought making the 1 was somehow cleaner than making the 7 point. I guess what I mean by that is that you close out the liability in your board, which is the blot on the 1 point. Interesting that when you do this, you have to play 6-4. So this is kind of fourth play, but Gurgley has to increase the this can hit and make the anchor. So as much as you want to make the 4 point, I suppose you have to go for this. Yeah, if Gurgley increases the analysis level, it might change. That has to play bar 22, 13, 8. So the upside is you get an extra checker on the 8 point, a spare, which you can use purposefully. That's going to make the 5 point, which is obviously a very good roll for Oliver. 60, you can either play 6 to the 3, or if you play to the 3, then you solve the problem of using one of your using the valuable spare on the 8 point. I might just make the 2 point anyway because it locks it in, and then you've got no liability in board. 4-2, you can either slot both or just make it. I guess you would just make it if you can make it. 4-1's going to hit, I think. Of course, we forgot Seb cubed. So there's certainly going to hit when he's gammon go and 6-1 down. 3-6, I don't know. You don't want to lose with gammon, but what do? Just come out, try and minimize it seems okay to do that. Oliver's certain about it, but it was a small mistake. 3-2, you don't get anything saved. So what? You just have to play 13-8. I don't see anything else. I mean, I can see other things, but I'm not going to say them because I just don't think. I mean, actually, I'm not sure. So the other thing is just hitting and going to the 1, but just to protect yourself from being hit. But okay, I would go with this as well. And of course, the 5 is a big hit. The 6, I wasn't sure. He comes down to the 10 point. He makes the right play. 6-4 fans. Can Oliver bring down his PR sufficiently to if he wins PR and match, that would be a big thing. Looks like you just switch. It's not that much. There's not that much gain to hitting loose, and of course, there's a big downside. I don't know about the last one, but he gets it. Just getting it safe. So I think he's got absolutely locked into the right idea here, which is to play kind of safely, seeing the downside of anything bad happen when your opponent can win a gammon on a 4 cube. Hits and goes to the 8 point. He's down to 45 seconds. I've got to admit, didn't see that play as fast, anywhere near as fast as Oliver did. 2-1 just hits and comes in with both. That's got to be a great roll. So even though Oliver's likely to come in, Seb has given himself some time. He's just going to have to play to the 18, leaving Seb maybe some productive 6s. 4-3 is not very good. Can play 24, 21, 8-4 if he wants it. I think 13-6 is not great because it strips the mid a little bit. I would like to play 24, 21, 8-4. The only question is, does it make it a little bit more dangerous for Sebastian to do so? I guess so. 4-2 just walks into, just makes the 4 point clean on his head. And now even if Seb rolls a 2, he's losing. And now the question is, what do you do with the 5? I don't really know. I would just play 13-8, I think, and try and... No, okay, maybe you have to do that. So you just need to try and make the... I go with that. Now I see it. Okay, it's a blunder. I think I would have done it. So if the 6 is there, you're going to make the 8 point. Better than playing 80. Okay, no. So we're all getting everything wrong here. Double 4 fans. Backgammon seems easy, but it's not. Are you going to play 2011 or 18-9? 2011 is where you want the checker, but 18-9 is safer. Well, they're really close. So Seb just needs to, at the very least, roll a 1. 3-1 makes the full 6 prime. But it looks like he's okay for PR. I don't think Oliver's going to have enough time to subvert Seb's PR advantage here, but I would love to see the PR. I don't know if anyone can pick up that request subliminally. Again, he's not rolling a 1. Temptations to hit, but you don't need to. So just it's a 6-3. But he's put 6-5. Okay, Oliver's clock needs to... Okay, he's fine. He's got enough time. No big deal. Double 4, you can just switch. I don't think it can be that bad. Like, what else are you going to do? Okay, it's terrible. Oh no, that's the 6-3. So I think you can just switch to double 4. So what else can you do? This makes sense as well. Just let him come in. I think I'd have trouble making this play, but it's probably the best play. 1-6. 6-3, just the 7. Okay, it wasn't the best play. Needs to trust myself a bit more. Seb finally rolls a 1. And another 1 there. So he might have a board by the time he gets a shot. Oliver's going to slot. So now he's giving himself a good spot for his 6s. 4-2 is going to make both points. So good spots for 5s and 6s, really. 4s maybe might be awkward. Double 5 just brings 4 men in, covering the blot on the 2 point. And Seb just wants to make his full board so that if he does get a shot, it just seems like he's struggling to get anything, then he will win the game, hopefully, assuming he can get the last checker out of the behind the prime, if there is one. 4-1, yes. Oh, okay, the transcription is behind, but I think that's got to be the right play, clearing the 6 point. So it leaves some bad 4s. 5-4, 4-3. Double 4 is fine. And now there are no more real bad 4s. Unless Seb comes off the anchor. I don't know if he should do. He can't. He just has to come in. 4-1 just takes 1 off. It's forced. Seb's going to have to come off with 5s and 6s. Well, it doesn't have to come off with 5s, but I think he would do. Just because he needs to retain his ball. We can see that the PR... So that's going to leave a double shot. So Seb needs to hit... If he can win a game here... If he can win a game, he just fans. Okay, that at least retains some sort of jeopardy for Oliver. But okay, no, and just difficult to win the game from here. But the upside for Seb is that he's just won another PR point. So it's going to be 3-all. Yeah, Oliver's won all 3 games, lost all 3 PRs. I mean, Oliver's played pretty well, I suppose. I can't really remember the decisions, how difficult they were. But that is it for the moment. I don't know when we're coming back. So that's, again, that's 3-all. And we have first to the one that advances to the UBC contender semi-final is the first one to get to 6 points. So if Seb is going to win all the PR, he needs to win a match. Because if we end up drawn... then Oliver's going to win by tiebreak. think unless Mate's got an update for us as far as match timing is concerned, then I don't think he has. I think it's to be decided. It could well be today. It seems like it's going to be a Saturday thing. Then very much thank you for watching, and I will be on later if it's on, or tomorrow maybe. Bye.